What is up, everyone? Chris and Sheree Gio here, coming to you from Beyond the Veil. Wanted to do a show this evening as a follow-up to the last show that we did, which was 6 hours plus. I want to take a moment to apologize to our Patreons. I haven't been able to get the shows over on Patreon as quickly as I would like. We were using a streaming service, and we keep getting dropped internet every time we use that streaming service. So we got to find a new one to be able to stream to 2 different channels at once. But we're doing the full uploads to Patreon as quickly as we can. So we'll get that last show up on Patreon and probably take it off of YouTube here pretty soon. Anyways, we had some copyrighted material and other stuff like that. But we dug deep into the rituals of Freemasonry. And at the end of the day, what we concluded is that Freemasonry is basically Yahweh worship. But it originated from the Osirian tales, which is ancient Egypt. Has a little bit of it in the Scottish Rite, as we went through the Scottish Rite passport. And we went through the ritual word for word, which it was a little daunting to me. It really was. But I think for the sake of clarity, that we need to go over that sometimes. And so, I think a lot of people sat back and were like, wow, I can't believe the rituals actually say that. And I was like, yeah, I can't believe the rituals actually say that either. Like, I was expecting like some serious like esoteric shit. And I assure you, if there was, I would be much, much more interested in the fraternity and knowing more about it. But when we got to the Yahweh worship, I think you're muted.
Oh, sorry.
There you go. So when we got to the Yahweh worship and it continued through the Yahweh worship and continued through the Yahweh worship, I was like, all right, let's just see Freemasonry for what it is, Yahweh worship, basically. That's what it is.
Well, yeah, and nothing that we were saying was a holding up of Freemasonry as like the ideal, nor was it wasn't in favor of Freemasonry. It wasn't it wasn't really opposed to Freemasonry. I mean, I think we became a little bit more opposed to it as it went on, just simply because of the Yahweh worship aspect of it.
Well, but it
was completely the opposite of what we thought.
Of the 32nd degree, when you get into like, it starts talking about Egyptology.
Uh-huh.
And I was like, ooh, that's piquing my interest now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But through the whole thing, yeah. I don't want anybody to think that we're promoting Yahweh worship. We're just trying to understand what's going on. I got some interesting comments though, and one in particular, somebody said, I was really fascinated with the show because I'm part of Thelema, and I wanted to see how this lines up with our Thelemic rituals. And I don't know anything about Thelema. And he said that it doesn't line up with any of the Thelema rituals at all, period.
Yeah.
And Thelema, remember, was mentioned multiple times in the email dump, the wiki dump of Hillary Clinton. And
That's right.
John Podesta was saying, hey, can you do me a Thelema? So that is an interesting fraternity to look into. I think when we look at symbolism and things like that, we might be misdirecting our attention to Freemasonry, and actually we need to be looking at Thelema.
Thank you.
With all due respect to the person who's part of Thelema, who was watching, it's something that I would love for him to call in and talk about, because I'd like to know more about that. But at the end of the day, what I like to do is just kind of get to the truth of the matter of everything. I've evolved a lot in my time of being Chris Gio, just as a person and as a broadcaster. And I've gone through conspiracies and gone into stuff that was completely not true. Not because I knew that it wasn't true, but because that was like the general zeitgeist of the truther community at the time. I found some conspiracy theories that were very, very true. Right now in 2022, I didn't mean to rhyme there, but sometimes I just go there because I'm a rapper at heart, and that's the way I start everything that I say in this day and age in 2022.
Comes out in this way.
Comes out like the sky is blue. So,
nice.
All right. So like we see in 2022, we see the dump from Kaiser. We'll call it Kaiser. Pharmaceuticals to try to get around the AI. 1,291 side effects. 50% of people were given placebos.
That's right.
So there's a lot of hope for people out there who took the vacation. 1,291 side effects reported. They were trying to hide this information for 75 years. They didn't want it disclosed until 2095. And a Supreme Court judge came in and said, nope, you are not hiding this data. You came across some interesting information about the Emergency Authorization Act that said that if they find a treatment,
if they have a treatment protocol,
a vacation under emergency authorization.
That's right.
So that's why the HCQ and the IVM and even IALife, AYALife.com,
that's right.
our CBD oil, which we pointed out, people were dying of cytokine storms. And that's what they were reporting at the very beginning of the zombie virus.
That's
cytokine storms,
right?
Which means that the immune system is attacking itself, basically HIV.
Yeah, essentially.
I mean, that's essentially what that is.
Yeah.
When your immune system is so weak. I mean, it's autoimmune disorder, but it's basically you have no immune system at that point.
Right.
People were dying of that. We found another paper saying that CBD actually prevents cytokine storms, and everybody who's been using IALife has not been affected by the zombie virus at all, or just had like a light flu when they got it. So quick plug for IALife while we're on the topic. Buy one, get one free if you go to shop and you put 246810 in your cart and use coupon code BTV Tribe. I don't want to spend too much time plugging IALife, but I figured we might as well since we're on the topic.
Yeah.
But we've been vindicated. We have been vindicated of everything. You guys and gals out there who've been fighting the fight, who've been pushing, your truth out there. No matter what, we've been vindicated with this recent data dump.
That's right.
We see that as we suspected, some people were getting saline injections. And when we saw these politicians lining up, they were getting saline. We talked about a nurse who was talking about how during a news conference, she gave somebody a vacation and that lady dropped dead right there. And then she was told to give her fellow nurse saline instead. And she came out in full disguise. So you couldn't really tell if this was a true story or not. And she said she went home and she expected to see this on the news. And instead, all it was is just propaganda about
just
the vacation.
Just a blurb about how wonderful it was. Yeah.
Looking at the Kaiser data dump, I would say that, that's true. Because there were doctors who came across several vials and they said like 2 out of the 3 vials that they had were saline. And the other 3 spawned these little like squiddies. And so we were right on point. I'm not talking about me and Shereen. I'm talking about all of you. The BTV tribe, each and every one of us, we were on point 100% when it came to the vacation, when it came to the zombie virus, when it came to everything that happened in 2020. We're looking at the economy right now, and a lot of people are really complaining about the price of gas going up. And some people are projecting it's going to go up to $10 a gallon in the United States by Thanksgiving. Our rent just increased. We noticed a decrease in donations through the through the super chats, and rightfully so. We understand. The cost of food is up. The cost of everything is up. So when people do super chats, we are that much more grateful. But at the same time, that's also why we do the buy one, get one free at IALife, and we're going to keep that going as long as we can. But my point of saying all that is we totally understand the situation that we're in right now, and this is what we were predicting. This is why we were behind Trump. This is why we didn't want to see the current administration in power, because we knew exactly what was going to happen. Number one, gas was going to skyrocket, food was going to skyrocket, we were going to have a war.
Housing was going to be way too expensive, all kinds of things.
And that's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
So we've been vindicated through all of that. But what they've done is they took our means of communication, the internet, how we spoke to each other, how we communicated to one another, and they took it and they censored it.
They gutted it.
And they tried to keep us from being able to speak the truth.
Right.
But you guys and gals still did that. We found different avenues. We found code words. We found this. We found that. And at the end of the day, we're vindicated and we're all still here. 100% genetic humans.
Yay!
Unmodified.
Genetically unmodified humans.
Yeah. Unmodified, natural born. I feel like that guy in The Matrix who's like, yep, I'm straight up homegrown.
Homegrown child of...
Yeah. So, I just want to say that we've been spot on.
We have. Yeah.
On other things, like Freemasonry, we were wrong about for a long time. Why? Because we didn't bother to look. And that was the only reason. We didn't bother to look. We were just echoing what everybody was saying. And so, I just want to make that contrast there, that when you look beyond the veil and you look beyond the conspiracies, sometimes, like I said before, the conspiracies aren't as sexy as, the truth isn't as sexy as the conspiracies, and they're not as fun.
Right.
Like that last show was not really that much fun.
Yeah.
It was more very, very, very informative.
Educational.
But very educational, but it wasn't that fun.
Yeah.
So we got a couple of comments, not only from the person in Thelema, but a couple of other people. And a lot of people were saying that when you get to the higher levels of Freemasonry, what happens is that all of a sudden it flips. Like, we went through all 32 degrees of the Scottish Rite, and we went through all 3 degrees of Master Mason, and we went word for word through all the rituals. And we also talked about how the 3rd degree is actually the highest degree. We talked about the structure of Freemasonry. We heard from a past worshipful master who was a whistleblower of Masonry and went over to the Christian side and was saying his big gripe is that the Mason is raised through his own accord and through his good works instead of through Jesus. And I'm like, I happen to agree with, the Masonic principle on that part. Like, we get to the whatever we call heaven or next life or whatever through our good works, not through some deity, not through the blood of some deity. And it's the word he used too is like the blood of Jesus. Through his, the Mason is raised through his own good works, not the blood of Jesus.
Blood magic.
And I'm like, I'm not into blood magic, dude. Sorry. You know? So I happen to agree with him as far as that goes, but I don't agree with the Yahweh worship.
Right.
But a lot of people say what happens is that when you get to the higher degrees of Freemasonry, suddenly you turn. And you turn and the whole thing just flips into
does a 180,
Lucifer worship.
Right.
And I'm like, let's clear up some of these misconceptions.
Yeah.
Because I think we need to understand the power that words have. And when we fear certain words, then we're actually having an effect not only on our consciousness, but on the global consciousness as well. You've heard me talk about, just with Nathan Frazier the other day, shock and awe, which I am hearing again being repeated in Ukraine. I'm hearing shock and awe. That is a goddess from the Kabbalah called Shekinah, and it means to settle, inhabit, and dwell. Now, I've heard him try to push this word, but I haven't heard too many people repeating this word. I haven't heard this word too much on mainstream media. But they are trying to invoke Shekinah, which means to settle, inhabit, and dwell, which that's what they did with Shekinah back when they were going into Iraq. So a lot of people unknowingly were part of this ritual, which was not a Masonic ritual, but it was most definitely a ritual to invoke Shekinah from the Kabbalah to give them the energy and the power to settle, inhabit, and dwell in the Middle East. Likewise, we saw them demonizing Isis, who is our sacred mother. It's an element of our consciousness, and it means the compassion, the love, and empathy that we have for each other, like the motherly love.
The motherly empathic part of my consciousness.
And that's been going on since the beginning of time, all the way going back to the Romans, going into the Bible. That's why females were demonized. It's not gender that was demonized, but rather it's the feminine element of consciousness that was demonized and suppressed. So they needed to do this, and they did, and they repeated fear ISIS, kill ISIS, destroy ISIS over and over and over again. And the result was 2020, where nobody had any empathy for one another. People were attacking each other for standing on their rights. People were attacking each other for standing firm in their beliefs, which is the position that we're in right now. We survived all of that. We got through all of that, and we're standing here as 100% organic, genetic human beings, organic consciousness, unmodified. And now all those people are like looking at the Kaiser dump going, oh crap, there's 1,270 side effects. Nobody told me this. And yeah, that's why it's called an experiment.
Right.
It's an experiment. And that's the thing. We said in World War II, we wouldn't experiment on humanity, but this was voluntary. There was coercion. The threat of losing your job, the threat of losing your house, the threat of losing this and that, and not being able to fly and everything like that. But when it came down to the nuts and bolts of it, they never implemented any of that.
No, not really.
That was just scare tactics. And I'm so proud of each and every one of you for standing firm in those beliefs and that gnosis of self. And I'll tell you this, I will die for what I believe in.
Me too.
Like, I am so against it's not even the vacation itself. It's the mandate behind it. It's the removal of the freedom of the individual. I stand so firm in that even if I'm wrong about this, I'm willing to die for it.
Me too.
To protect the freedom of myself, of you, of my tribe, of the world, of all of that, of everybody.
Of the generations to come.
And the generations to come. Yeah. I am so firm in my convictions. And I just want to give a big shout out to Tom Johnson from the last show, who so eloquently, as we were going through the rituals word for word, with no bias, nothing, no prejudice, just going through, he said, "You are a shill." And I have to make a confession here. I am, the zombie virus is actually very, very, very dangerous. We've just been pushing the anti-vacation because the vacation works so well for you. And it's going to save your life, and you really need to get it. But we're part of the depopulation control agenda, obviously, because we want to depopulate the world. So we're urging people not to
save themselves.
The vacation and not to save themselves with this miraculous wonder of science that has 1,291 side effects.
But it's the best thing since sliced bread. Somehow.
So the devil's speak is just amazing.
Yeah.
But it just comes, in my opinion, with, just speaking the truth. And, the truth is the truth. And it's not dependent on what Chris and Sheree say. It's not dependent on what you say out there. The truth is the truth. The truth is static. And that's what we're trying to get to, is that static truth. Now, you can do mental gymnastics and go through all kinds of different hoops to try to justify different things, just like they did with the vacation. They went through all these different hoops to tell you why you need to get it, why it needs to be used under emergency authorization, and they tried, all these appeal to ridicule, appeal to authority, appeal to popular opinion, if you're not getting it, you don't love your neighbor, you're not protecting your neighbor, so on and so forth, when in actual fact, you're preserving your own freedom, you're preserving yourself, you're preserving your own health. So that brings me to the idea of Lucifer, because a lot of people were saying, well, what happens at the top of Freemasonry is everybody turns and all of a sudden starts worshiping Lucifer. And so I wanted to clear up some misconceptions about the term Lucifer itself, how it appears in the Bible, where it appears in the Bible, and go into the Bible a little bit. Not that the BTV tribe needs to hear it, but maybe somebody out there could learn something from it. I've shown this picture many times before. This is the female reproductive system, and this is a satanic ram's head.
Satanic, quote unquote, satanic ram's head. Yeah.
So I think it's pretty clear as to what the symbols are symbolizing there. You have the woman's reproduction system and the satanic ram's head, which, going through this whole situation, they're trying to invoke Shekinah. They're saying, fear ISIS, kill ISIS, destroy ISIS, an attack on the feminine element of consciousness, and the destruction of the compassion and love and empathy, which we saw materialize. Like, when we were talking about this back in 2014, 2013, it was theoretical ideas. But post-2020, we can see real world manifestations of the invocations and the mass invocations of these rituals, which is why we need to be that much more aware of these rituals. So they've taken everything and they've inverted everything. And so I want to take everything and re-invert it and look at it from the right perspective, or from the non-inverted perspective. So that I want to do a quick side note too. I got into it with this supposed shaman, Lucifer. What is up in the house?
Hello.
Oh, speak of the devil.
I was just going to mention one thing. You notice how the pentagram, the right-sided up pentagram, is in the middle of the head where the baby grows? Because that's where the magic happens.
Oh, and this is actually DNA right here.
Yeah, that's the DNA helix. Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. I never noticed that.
Yeah. That's
But again,
beautiful.
I don't want
Anyway,
anybody to think that we're promoting Satanism.
No.
I don't want anybody to think that we're promoting Freemasonry. I definitely don't want anybody to think that we're promoting Yahweh worship.
No, yuck.
We're not promoting anything.
Right.
We are just talking, we're speaking about the truth
Mm-hmm.
so people can have an understanding, take the knowledge, apply it in their own journey, because to me, we're all on individual paths. And so we're going to have different journeys and we're going to have different perspectives on things, and we're going to disagree on some things and we're going to resonate on other things.
Right. We're just telling you what these symbols mean by the people that write them out and draw them themselves. Not, what people are guessing about what they mean, but what the people that made these symbols tell you that they meant by these symbols.
Yeah.
So.
There was an interesting comment from the last show from Lizelle, who contributed greatly
She
through
did.
the course of the broadcast.
I don't think she realized she did,
with
but
opposition.
She did.
No. I love a good, healthy discourse.
Yeah.
And when it's respectful, when it's back and forth, and
Right.
I appreciate that, because that's how we grow. I don't want an echo chamber. I want to hear other people's opinions, because I learn from you guys and gals as much as I hope that you learn from us.
Right.
But one thing that Lizelle said at the beginning that I missed, and I didn't get until the playback, was she said, you guys have not been programmed to see evil first. And I thought that was really key.
Yeah.
It was revealing, because you're right. We've spent a lot of our journey deprogramming ourselves from everything.
Yeah.
And especially that idea that you have to be programmed to see evil first. Like, everything has to be evil first. Then after you weed out the evil, then it can be good.
Right.
And so I feel bad for Lizelle. And Lizelle, if you're here in the chat with us tonight, much love to you.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to point out something that's very, very, very real. And the reason that I was going to open up the show with a completely different topic, but the reason that I opened it up with the zombie virus and the zombie virus information is because I wanted to get into something that nobody's ever gotten into before, but I just want to be brief on this. I want to talk about something called fear addiction. And the way that I came across this term fear addiction is I saw a letter from a psychologist in California, and this was before the mandates were lifted. And he sent out a letter to all of his patients, and he was a child psychologist and an adult psychologist. And he said, I will have no more fear addiction and child abuse in my office. If you bring your child in with a face covering, I will consider that child abuse. And it would be just like me standing back and watching you beat your child in front of me. I'm not going to tolerate that in my presence anymore. That's it. And he went on to say, in my adult population, which is his patients, I've noticed I've noticed an increase in fear addiction.
That's right.
And I was actually on Facebook, and I was talking about OCD. And I was making a joke because it was an ad for OCD medicine. And I said, oh, well, that's great. Create, OCD through the mainstream media, then sell a pill for it. That's a great business model.
Yeah, it is.
And then I had people replying to me, and they were like, oh, my God, you don't understand OCD. Oh, no,
You're
this
so
is a very real...
insensitive.
And I'm like, no, this is serious. Like, Time magazine put out an article about OCD and how 2020 and 2021 created OCD. Like, this is like mainstream news. It's not like, some kind of, hidden off conspiracies that you have to really dig beyond the veil for. This is stuff that's like so apparently true that even the mainstream media has to cover it. Now, I'm not saying the mainstream media is truth by any means, but there are some truths that crop up that are so truthful and cannot be hidden that they have to be put out there.
Right.
And of course, they tried to put their own spin on it, and etc. But fear addiction is, I guess I'll just go through this article. It's not very long. Is it possible to become addicted to an emotion? When we think about the effects that emotions like anger and fear have on our bodies, the answer is definitely yes. That it's because the fight or flight response, or the fear that originates from our perceived sense of danger, for instances, triggers dopamine reward receptors in the brain. Interesting. So the fight or flight response triggers dopamine receptors in the brain, reward receptors. It's just like Facebook and social media and all that. When you get a like, when you get a share, when you get a comment, it triggers a dopamine response in the brain and gives you a little bit of a high. And it's interesting because I just pulled this article up and I'm lazy. I'll just admit it. I'm lazy. I pull up articles and I don't read them beforehand. Okay. I also do DJ sets where I go through a bunch of songs and I just put them together and I kind of hear a little bit of them and then I mix them completely on the fly. It's just my style. I just love being just, off the cuff and off the top of my head. But at the core of it, it's because I'm lazy and I don't like to prepare for things. So this is the first time I'm hearing this. And I think that's actually remarkable to hear that fear addiction triggers dopamine reward receptors in the brain. That's actually brilliant. And that explains so much.
Yes, it does.
As well as adrenaline. Now, the combination of those hormones make us feel physically and emotionally charged, which produces a rush-like high that has the potential to become quite addictive.
Mm-hmm.
Here are 3 signs of fear addiction to help you gain a greater understanding of the role that fear has played in your life. You have built up a personal narrative around fear. For those who have an addiction to fear, their personal history is constructed by adverse events. So much so, in fact, that they allow themselves to be entirely defined by their negative life experiences. It's a well-known fact that the trauma makes the brain biased towards the negative as an evolutionary measure for self-preservation. However, fear addicts refuse to move beyond that, even when aware that the tendency they struggle to adopt a balanced perspective and not see the world and people in future through their extreme rigid belief systems and all or nothing attitudes. Since the emotion discomfort that arises from not feeling afraid or anxious is too great for fear addicts, they feel safer when seeing their own selves as faulty or their lives as doomed to misery and disaster.
Mm-hmm.
And we've talked about this phenomenon before, and it was just something that I started talking about as I started to break out of my truther mold, because in actual fact, what was happening is I was so unhappy with my own life that I was waiting for an apocalypse. I was waiting for an end of the world. I was waiting for another 9/11. And I think a lot of Christians are there waiting for the end times to kick in because they want a change in their lives. A lot of New Agers get sucked into the whole 5D thing because they want a change in their life. And as I started going through my ayahuasca experiences, not only did I start to, number one, deprogram myself from all the negative aspects of myself and then reprogram myself with the positive aspects of myself. I still have some work to do. It's a never-ending balance. Reading through some of this, I think Sheree would say that I actually exhibit some of these behaviors in our own personal relationship. So it's something to think about, because you have tendencies to hold on to things that happened in the past, and letting go of the past in a personal relationship I think is really important. But sometimes it's hard to do, especially when there's been a hurt that has just gone on for years and years and years and years, unspoken, unchecked, and never really resolved internally. That being said, we're talking about the larger picture here. And so this emotional discomfort that arises, it becomes almost like a comfortable place. And people are more comfortable believing that the world is about to end and that everybody's against them
Mm-hmm.
than they are feeling like they're able to win and they're powerful. I remember when I first realized that there are no deities. Like the ancient Egyptian deities may have been here at one point, but they're allegorical. And they're allegories for parts of our own consciousness. And when I realized, like, oh, wait, so there's not a spirit guide guiding me? No.
Mm-hmm.
So there's not angels here, having my back? No.
Unfortunately not.
So there's no god or goddess looking down on me? No. You're all by yourself.
You have yourself.
Oh, my God.
You have yourself.
What am I going to do? And they're like, well, you are all those things.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, no, that I can't, that doesn't, I went through like the long dark night of the soul, trying to get my mind around this. But once I realized that, then I was like, oh, I am the spirit guides. I am the deities. I am the divinity.
Mm-hmm.
I have the power to do whatever I want. Oh, okay. But it was a difficult time, and it put me in a little bit of a negative frequency as I was going through that struggle way back then. But I was breaking away from the truth or mindset, and I realized that I needed to take my reality in my own hands. I needed to, just grab whatever I wanted by the horns and just go after it and change my reality, not wait for reality to change around me. Mm-hmm. And I looked to the truth movement for that end date. I looked for religion for that end date, and I think a lot of people do. So right now we are living in the end times. Sheree and I reset the matrix, and I hate to admit it, but I think Anthony Patch was right. Mm-hmm. Anthony Patch was on our on our network, and he quit, and he said, "You two started the end times apocalypse," and I was like, "Oh, you're crazy." And then 2020 came around. I was like, "Oh shit, we started the end times apocalypse." Holy shit! It's
not crazy.
Like really? Like
really
oh my god, we actually did.
But
the Christians should be rejoicing because that means Jesus is on his way back, right? Waiting for the second coming. I posted a picture of a nurse. Well, I was about to, but she was like, "Don't you dare post that."
Yeah.
Not a nurse, a nun.
A nun.
It was from a porn thing. And, obviously I had the phallus cut out. But I was like, a good Christian girl waiting for the second coming. And she was like, "You better not fucking post that."
No, bad.
I was like, all right, I won't post that. But
that
it's still
is
funny.
Bad. It is pretty funny, but
So
it's
anyways,
dirty.
So,
okay.
I realized getting out of that fear frequency and not being afraid of these things. And that's when I started to look into Freemasonry. That's when I started to look into mysticism. That's when I started to look into Gnosticism. And it took a lot of courage to say, there is no such thing as Jesus. Mm-hmm. I thought lightning was going to come down from the sky and strike me down. I like George Carlin. He's got a joke. He goes, if I'm wrong about religion and there is no God, may he strike this audience down right now. Oh, y'all are still here. I guess I'm right about it.
Yep.
But anyways, it took a while for me to wrap my head around my own divinity, but once I did, I could look at anything. Like, I could look at anything. I read the Satanic Bible. I read the rituals of Freemasonry. I read a lot of things that I was afraid of before. And I was able to stare down pretty much anything. And I'm like, I could stare down anything. I could stare down darkness. I can go to the Luxor here in Las Vegas and shut down a dark portal. I can stare down demons. Mm-hmm. Demons run from me now.
Right.
Rather than the other way around. And I found that to be a very powerful position. Mm-hmm. So a quick side note, I got into it with this wannabe shaman today. I'm not going to name him because I don't want to give him any publicity. The story is more important.
Yeah.
He posted that he's doing an all-female ritual. All-female ayahuasca ritual, and it's just him and a group of females. It's going to be a very intimate ritual. This is what the post said.
Yeah.
It was an advertisement in the ayahuasca group on Facebook. And I was like, yeah, that doesn't sound shady at all. And he replies with that whole, snarkiness of, "Oh, would you mind elaborating with intellect on this subject? I would like to know more about what you are understanding. Namaste, blessings from the Holy Mother," and all
love
that.
And light thing.
And I said, "Okay, you don't like that? Then I'll just say it how it is. This sounds shady as fuck, dude." And he was like, "I can't believe you would say that, Chris. Oh, that's such lower consciousness of you. What do you want to do? You want to lock the feminine away completely?" And I was like, "Look, dude, if you don't understand the difference between feminine and masculine in regards to consciousness and gender, then you are way, way, way earlier in your journey. And I don't think you should be giving a group of women ayahuasca
way too early in your journey
out of the country to come to an ayahuasca retreat. And it's you and just a bunch of women. That is a recipe for fucking disaster. Okay? Women are in their most vulnerable state. Everybody is, men and women included.
Yeah.
In their most vulnerable state, very emotional state. And it's a very sacred space. Mm-hmm. And ayahuasca should either be done with men and women together or with women administering ayahuasca to other women when it's a group.
That's right.
And and then this other lady chimes in, probably one of his cult bitches.
One of his cult
and was like,
groupies.
well, the masculine energy is very important in this, and blah 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 blah. And I was like, look, first of all, you two have no idea what you're talking about.
You
Okay,
should have that masculine energy.
yeah, we're not talking about gender.
Yeah.
And he's like, no, it's very simple. Males have a pee-pee, and I think he actually
even said that.
I think he heard the show I did where
I think he did too.
We were doing that joke. Where I was like, even my niece has this figured out.
Yeah.
Boys have a pee-pee and girls have a vagina. He said something similar like that. And I'm like, dude, if you haven't gotten to the point where then he told me that consciousness has no gender. And I was like, dude, we're not talking about gender. We're talking about feminine and masculine in terms of the energies, the love, the compassion, the empathy, the warrior, all of that. The suppression of the divine feminine is not women, even though women are feminine, and there has been a physical suppression of women throughout history. When we're talking about raising the divine feminine, we're not talking about raising women.
Right.
That is a pussy hound move, okay?
Yeah.
That is a total pussy hound move, and I know a couple pussy hounds out there who are like in the new age, and they're like, oh, you are such a divine feminine. Come and get into my hot tub so I can worship your divine femininity. And it's like, dude, okay, that's totally cool, but don't mix that with the ayahuasca space, okay?
Yeah.
Don't mix it with the ayahuasca space. But anyways, I went back and forth with this guy, and I'd like to know what you guys in Cal think. Do you think that's cool for some dude in the Amazon who has a picture of himself like this sitting in a yoga pose?
Yeah. It's creepy.
And saying, we're doing an all women intimate ayahuasca ritual that we invite you out to. And
in the middle of South America.
In the middle of South America. Come, all the women come and experience the ayahuasca. And I was like, dude, that's so not cool. Okay.
Yeah.
And then the woman was like, I don't understand what the problem is. And so I was like, all right, I posted like 8 articles. Women gets raped at ayahuasca ceremony in South America. Woman gets raped. Woman gets raped. Woman gets raped. Woman gets raped. Woman
sexual
gets raped.
assault. Sexual assault.
And I was like, do I really need to go on? I was like, that's why I coined hashtag become your own shaman. And let me tell you, dude, I didn't do it for profit. Okay. Because I do not make a dime. I don't get any royalties when somebody downloads the ayahuasca guide and makes ayahuasca at home. Okay.
That's right.
It's a recipe that was developed over years of trial and error, put out there for free to empower people to do their own rituals, to hashtag become their own shaman, so they can have the experiences with the plants and not be influenced by outside influences. So the guy wound up calling me a douchebag in that new age way.
So then I thought maybe it's because he's male and this other guy's male. I mean, it's a macho man thing. It's, if it were a female that was explaining this, and it would, make the case a lot better. So I said, listen, dude, I am female, and after reading this, I felt really creeped out by you. I said that on a shallow level, this kind of thing is dangerous because it can result in a Charles Manson type of atmosphere where you have a sex cult thing going on.
If you don't mind me jumping in first, well, the first thing I said was, this is a recipe for disaster.
Yes, it is.
Because you have a group of women who are in a vulnerable state.
That's right.
They're going to run to the first man they see.
Mm-hmm.
And if that man isn't on the level, then he's going to take advantage of them.
Yes, he is.
And sometimes women will ask for things. Mm-hmm. They'll ask for intimacy.
That's not good
when they're in the ayahuasca state.
Right.
And they're not, in my opinion, they're not consenting.
Yeah, they're not in the position to consent.
No. They're in a very vulnerable state.
Right.
So my rule is this. We could party. Me and Sheree and, some ladies out there. We can
party. You are, yeah.
We can party.
We can party.
But I can't be your shaman.
Right.
If you want me to be your shaman, if you want us to be your shaman, then we will be your shaman. But that means no partying. Or we can be party buddies,
but no shaman.
But I can't be your shaman.
Right. We can't do both.
If I'm wrong about that, please tell me. I'm wrong about that.
I don't think you are.
I think this guy was really, really irresponsible and douchey.
Yeah.
And I called him out and I said, well, number one, he didn't know, maybe he knew who I was or maybe he didn't. I don't know. But I said, well, number one, nobody knows what's in your brew. Number two, down in the Amazon, they use scopolamine. Okay. Scopolamine is something that makes you forget what happened in the last hour.
Oh, that's a date rape drug,
It's
basically.
a date rape drug.
Yeah.
And Dennis McKenna was on our show, and firsthand, he told me that he went down to the Amazon and they gave him some scopolamine. And, he's a seasoned psychonaut, so he was like, there's scopolamine in this. And he asked a shaman, and he's like, yeah, I put scopolamine in there to bump it up a little bit. And it's like, whoa.
I don't like the Brujeros that do that.
No. Brujeros. Right. That's a good word.
They're not shaman. They're Brujeros.
Yeah, they suck your energy.
Mm-hmm.
And it's gringos. The guy was white, of course.
Yeah, of course.
That went down there and opened up an ayahuasca retreat.
Yeah.
And it's always funny. I don't bring race into it, and I never do, but subconsciously, I do kind of think about it. And I'm like, you're telling me a brown guy whose grandmother was a shaman, who I come from a lineage of shaman. There was this one guy who used to listen to our show. Then when we went to Egypt, he got mad because I was telling the camel people, stop fucking, leave me the fuck alone. And he was like, I can't believe it. He was so rude to those people who were just trying to make a living.
No,
and I was
not just trying to make a living.
No. One of them fucking robbed us.
Yeah, one of them robbed us. Yeah. Another one threatened to kidnap us. Another one.
Yeah. But not just that. But those are sacred sites.
Those are sacred sites that they're letting their camels.
Have respect for me while we're at our sacred sites. Okay, I don't go to your mosque and have my camel shit all over it.
Right.
But then when we went to the Luxor temple in Luxor, Egypt, they were actually letting the camel shit all over the mosques. So I was like, oh, you let the camel shit everywhere. I was like, all right.
Oh, you don't have respect for anywhere.
Yeah.
So nothing's sacred to them.
Yeah.
We understood at that point nothing was sacred. But the other thing I told this guy was, number two, on a deeper level, this is completely misapplying beautiful aspects of everyone's consciousness, whether you're a male or a female biologically, and misapplying that to gender roles in the context of ayahuasca and what it awakens in people. That is completely, that's dangerous on so many levels, spiritually, and it's confusing people. It's confusing these women.
Until
really badly.
I understood what the divine feminine was, I thought that it was a gender thing too.
Yeah.
That's why I'm able to recognize this guy is not nearly on the level that he should be at to be giving people ayahuasca.
Right.
And I told him, I said, dude, when you go through the fire, you come back like a soldier that's been to war and you've seen some shit, and you have a certain look in your eye. And you do not have that look in your eye. Mm-hmm. You need to go deeper, okay? I'm not going to tell you what to do, but, I'm urging women, don't. Nobody replied, and only that one person, and everybody was liking my comment. So I hope that I was able to save some women from making a mistake and going down there and doing that. We actually saved somebody from a cult that they were going to go down to, and they said they heard our show. They heard us talking about cults and things like that, and they were planning to go down to Ecuador to this new age commune that's down there. And we had a couple of friends who had gone down there too, and they came back and they said, oh, it's a total sex cult. They had us working 12 hours a day. They had us sleeping on cots on the floor. It was all about working for them, working for their show, doing this, doing that, having sex with them, all this stuff, et cetera, et cetera. And this person actually wrote in the comment, in the chat room while we were live, and they were like, I had tickets to go down there. And I heard your show, and I didn't go. You guys, you literally saved me from getting caught up in a cult.
Man, that's
And
scary.
I was like, oh my God, man. I didn't realize that our words were so powerful.
I'm glad they are. I'm not saying that out of any kind of ego thing. I'm saying I'm glad that people have the ability to discern that we're not saying this out of any kind of selfishness on our part, because we have no horse in this race per se. It actually would probably help us if we started being friends with a lot of these, people that are opening these retreats and things like that. But at the same time, I just can't bring myself to involve myself with people that are going to act like that. I just can't.
We were invited to a retreat,
with those principles,
and they wanted us to put our seal of approval on it.
Yeah.
The thing is, that's a very sacred space, and
the most sacred.
We have codes, and I'm not going to share it with just anybody.
That's absolutely
and I don't know
right.
anything about that retreat. I hear it's a great retreat.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like 5-star accommodations, everything like that. They were going to fly us down there, all of that.
Right.
I turned them
great,
down.
but
We probably should have gone, but I don't trust it. And I don't trust anybody else's brew. I only trust my own brew because I know what I put in it.
That is, that's how I feel too.
Yeah. And I have a feeling like they call them gringo doses down there.
Yeah.
And I'm going to be like, hey, I need
15,
another one.
20 milligrams.
I need another one. I need another one. Dude, you're going to have to give me like freaking 20 of these. I'm like, we didn't make enough. And I'm like, well, then why the fuck did you
why don't you
me come all the way down
in
here?
Front of the
Just
the
let me show
thing.
you how to brew, okay?
Yeah. And let me show you.
Sorry, that sounds very egotistical.
I know that sounds
it does,
egotistical, but we have worked together for a really long time, perfecting this.
There was something that
ourselves.
triggered in me, though. At first it was just a joke. It was like literally just like this offhand joke, like, "Oh yeah, that doesn't sound shady at all." And the guy like responded. And he wanted to like take it to a whole new level. I was like, "All right, you want to take it to a whole new level? Let's take it to a whole new fucking level
Okay,
here."
fine. Yeah.
But something, the warrior protector in me came out, and I'm like, I want to fucking kick this guy's ass.
Yeah.
Now, to be fair, Sharia just freaking stuck me with 2 milliliters of testosterone about 30 minutes prior to that. So it might have been the testosterone running through my body. Not only that, but also a B12 shot too.
A B12 shot
I got
as well.
Double dose, one in my leg, one in my arm. And so I'm like, I'm ready to go down here and kick this motherfucker's ass. I'm buying tickets to the Amazon right now.
Uh-huh. That's pretty funny.
So, here's the thing. We have, like, doing the Freemason show, we had everything to lose, nothing to gain by doing that.
Right.
Yeah. If we could have just sat back and just not done the show.
Right.
And just, held all this knowledge to ourselves. But, and just, touted the whole truther line,
Yeah, just
I had everything to lose and nothing to gain by talking about the Bluebirds. And, saying that the Bluebirds were a big psyop, which I knew firsthand that they were.
Yeah, because people, just didn't listen to us for a long time.
Well, and people hated us.
Yeah, people flat out hated
how
us.
can you talk about the Bluebirds like that? They're such laughing beings. I'm like, they're made up by Gaia TV.
Yeah.
They're made up by David Wilcock.
Right.
They're made up by Corey Good. Mm-hmm. Wilcock, good. Money.
Wilcock, good. Money.
David Wilcock, he needed the money.
That's funny.
All right. So anyways, my point being that I don't know what my point is. I just went off on this whole tangent for no reason. I don't know why.
No, it's okay.
I guess my point is that, the truth shall set you free. And that's what it's about. And, maybe it's just my own personal mission here to speak the truth. Even if it's the most unpopular opinion that there is, even at the, getting shadow banned and all of that. And we stood firm by our gnosis in who we are. We stood firm on our gnosis on the vacation. We stood firm on our gnosis on the zombie virus, and we were vindicated. We're always vindicated. But you know what happens after we're vindicated? People run around, they're like, well, see, this is what's going on in raw consciousness, and we're living in a simulation, and there's NPCs out there, and this and that, and blah, 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 blah. And, I came to this understanding all on my own.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't listen to Beyond the Veil at all. Beyond the Veil doesn't even exist. Even though they were talking about in 2016, they don't exist. I came up with all this all by myself. Namaste, my brothers and sisters. So
that's right.
The phonies kind of pissed me off a little bit. The point of this show, that's taken 48 minutes to get to, is Lucifer, Satan, all of that. I think it's really important to understand that, because like the words Isis, Shekinah, many other words that we say and repeat have an effect on consciousness, and the word Lucifer itself also has an effect on consciousness. I encountered the entity, which is Lucifer. It was a huge tidal wave, like back in like 2015, something like that. And I was in darkness, and I called out for light. And I called out for light, and this huge tidal wave showed up, and it was a tidal wave of energy, and it sounded like, like the sounds of horses, like thousands of horses. And it said, what do you want? And I said, I want light. It said, okay, here, take the light. And then I called it out again, and the next time I called it out, it showed up again, and it said, "Don't ever call on me ever again."
Mm-hmm.
And I said, "Why?" And he's, "Because I've already given you the light.
I've given you what you need.
Now you go
have it yourself.
Now you go give it to others."
Right.
I was like, "Whoa,
Yeah.
whoa, that was trippy." I remember that. That was a crazy experience. So I wanted to break down what Lucifer means to me, what it means in the Latin, how it relates to the Bible, how it's been twisted up, and why it's actually a detriment to fear these things. And going right back to that fear frequency and that fear addiction that people have. I didn't even finish my fear addiction thing. 3 signs real quick that you're fear addiction. Number 1, you build a personal narrative around fear. Your lifestyle choices reinforce your fear. Any type of addiction is a high maintenance by default. Fear addicts keep themselves in a state of fear, creating and maintaining habits that reinforce their addiction. Therefore, what they do, consume, and experience will be reflective of that principle, making sure that the days are filled up with thousands of activities, feeling secretly proud of themselves, always busy, listening to podcasts or watching true crime documentaries, being addicted to news, controversy, reading books that tell stories of violence, and basically just absorbing the fear over and over and over and over again. Which is why we kind of veered away from complaining about everything. We could do a whole show about how high the gas prices are. We can do a whole show about how high the rent is right now, and everything that's afraid of. But all we're doing is just adding to the fear frequency.
Yeah.
You gravitate towards people who reinforce your fear. Positive, emotionally mature, zen, and centered people are uninterested for the fear-driven. Uninteresting for the fear-driven.
Mm-hmm.
Unless they feel consciously overwhelmed by their own addiction, they choose to be surrounded by individuals who add to their drama and reinforce their fear. Those who hold a negative outlook struggle to see beyond worst-case scenarios and think and act in ways that do not reflect objectively that make their perfect match. In addition, people who display maladaptive behaviors have mental health problems, difficult personalities, and or come from toxic backgrounds, and for those reasons feed, if not unconsciously, a dysfunctional relationship dynamic, give fear addicts a great array of reasons to feel anxious and keep worrying excessively. So like I said, when we pointed out the Super Bowl and we were like, look at this, we're winning, there's no symbolism, there's music from the 90s,
this is so wonderful.
We are winning. People were like, no, it's Masonic, we're doomed.
It's Masonic symbolism.
Everything.
It's all about FEMA camps.
Yeah, it's all about FEMA camps, and
we're like,
we're these small little weak little things, and the Illuminati is so large. And I'm like, stop fearing them. Stop feeding the fear frequency. I didn't realize at the time that's what it was. But it was such a relief to have Trump as president, because we weren't living in that fear frequency at the time.
Yeah, for 4 years.
Gas was good, the economy was good, stocks were good, we were making money with the stock markets, business was good.
So we know it's possible.
There were no wars. That was my biggest thing, is not being constantly bombarded by war, because you can turn off mainstream media, but you go to social media and you get it all over your timeline. War with this, war with that. I hear all this shit. I support Ukraine. Why? What the fuck do you know about Ukraine?
Right.
What do you know about Ukraine so much to support them?
Mm-hmm.
What's the latest bullshit that I heard? Oh, yeah. Anonymous is hacking Russian websites.
Right. And they have the ability to delist
and they have the ability to delist websites from Google. It's absolutely positively not Google that is delisting Russian websites. It's absolutely positively not the CIA. It's anonymous. And I speculated about this back, way back when the whole anonymous thing was going around back in like 2015, that anonymous is actually the CIA using a group to sidestep the Constitution to do hacking activities so they can retrieve data without a warrant and launder basically hacking, just like the government is using these quote unquote private corporations to launder suppression of freedom of speech. And now the MSNBC is reporting anonymous is hacking Russian websites, and they're turning off Google Pay, they're turning off Amazon Pay, they're turning off their cards, they're even turning off their Bitcoin wallets.
Man, that's gonna destroy
So it's a huge
people.
Well, it's not that, it's a huge demonstration on how they use these tools. And you use their tools and they can take them away from you just like that. They can shut you off.
Yeah.
And I can get into really briefly the history here on YouTube. YouTube started paying everybody a whole bunch of money for doing what they do, brought everybody over to YouTube, consolidated everything here. Then all of a sudden, boom, pulled the plug. First, it was neo-Nazi white supremacists, which I think everybody will agree with. Then it turned into truther stuff. Then it turned into pizza-related stuff. Then it turned into medical misinformation.
Yep.
Then it turned into election misinformation. And then it turned into misinformation about anything that they decide is misinformation, period. So you can see, they pushed everybody over with a little bit of money, and then boom, everybody started just disappearing. Book burning. It's like a digital book burning. Book burning. So even Bitcoin is not even safe. If you have a cold wallet, it might be safe.
Yeah, maybe.
But they had access to be able to turn off the cold wallets of Russians. So Russians couldn't trade their Bitcoin.
That's
so
insane.
It goes to show what we're up against here.
Yeah.
But there's no reason to sit here and ruminate on the fear.
Or complain about it so much that it becomes rumination. Yeah.
Instead, let's talk about wisdom.
Yeah.
The sky so far away tonight, but I can't lose this one. Got a pride of a falling night. Thought that I was fit to fight for us to be. You gave me life for loving me. Tell me where did we go so wrong?
Raw consciousness does not require a savior, but rather, raw consciousness requires only knowledge of oneself and the power to access it. Remember this, as we unlock an even greater gnosis from beyond the veil.
From the fabulous Las Vegas, Nevada, good morning, good evening, wherever you may be across the nation, around the world. I'm Chris Gio. We're 56 minutes into the broadcast, finally kicking it off on the topic that we are going to be talking about, which will be Lucifer, Satan, the Bible, Paradise Lost, and much, much, much more. Like I said before the intro, it's important that we don't have fear of anything. It's good to have a healthy fear within yourself. Like I've said before, if you're walking on a cliff, you want to be a little bit afraid that you're going to fall off because that keeps you from falling off. So you want to have those little internal signals that are like, hey, I need to be extra careful here. Self-preservation.
Yeah.
Yes. But in terms of information, in terms of looking beyond the veil, I find more power in having no fear whatsoever. Sharon said they played Squid Game on us. Oh, that's going to take me into a whole different. They did play Squid Game with us. No doubt about it. When it came to YouTube. Yeah, that's what they did. And, so anyways, where would you like to begin, Mrs. Gio? Because I've been speaking for the majority of the broadcast.
Well, we talked about fear addiction, and I think most of the people that are still listening to the broadcast have either gotten the fear that they did have in their minds out, and they're ready for real gnosis about who Lucifer is, who Satan is, and the difference between the two, because that supposedly is the topic of the broadcast tonight.
So, as I said before, Lucifer comes from the Latin light bearer, and nobody will deny that whatsoever. The main confusion, though, is that Lucifer doesn't actually appear in the Bible. I sent Sheree a bunch of links that I'm trying to pull up right now. But in Isaiah, where Lucifer appears, can you give me that Bible verse real quick if you have it off the top of your head? Actually, I have a great article here from itshistory.com. So,
okay.
It is what it is. But I perused the information. It actually looks pretty good. The devil, also referred to as Satan, is best known as the personification of evil and nemesis of good people everywhere. His image and story have evolved over the years, and the devil has been called many different names: Beelzebub, Lucifer, Satan, and Mephistopheles, which I haven't heard too many people use that name, to name a few, with various physical descriptions, including horns and hoofed feet. I'm going to go ahead and pull up real quick. Ishtar.
Yeah, let's look at at the picture of Ishtar because that's relevant to this story. Because if you are able to convince people of a less intelligent mindset, and a fearful mindset. Here we go. A fearful mindset that one being is akin to another being, and that you can basically demonize one being by twisting them and turning them into a completely different being that has nothing to do with the original being. You can get a lot of you can do a lot of damage to people's consciousnesses if the original being is something that's really good for the consciousness. Like with Isis, for instance, you have empathy, compassion, motherly love, the feeling that you get whenever you're hugging a puppy or a kitten, the nurturing. That's Isis. That's the goddess Isis. And if you are able to twist that personification into something something that might look somewhat similar, but is based on completely different ideas, then it superimposes negative onto the positive that's already built into the system. So you're essentially hijacking the internal structure of the consciousness and then turning it artificially towards something really evil. In the case of Isis, the wings spread, in all her glory and beauty, versus the
Well, I mean, you take a look at Ishtar too. She's got the
crux.
cloven feet as well.
There you go.
Yeah. So going back to this article here about the devil, the devil in the Bible, although the devil is present in some forms in many religions and can be compared to some mythical gods, he's arguably best known for his role in Christianity. In modern biblical translations, the devil is the adversary of God and God's people. It is commonly thought that the devil first showed up in the Bible in the book of Genesis as a serpent who convinced Eve, who then convinced Adam to eat the forbidden fruit from the tree of knowledge in the Garden of Eden. As the story goes, after Eve fell for the devil's conniving ways, she and Adam were banished from the garden and doomed to mortality. So let's think about this here for just a moment, okay? You've got the garden, you've got the tree of knowledge. The tree of knowledge is actually not just the tree of knowledge, but it's the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Now, in my opinion, and feel free to disagree with me if you want, but I see no evil in knowledge. Knowledge itself is neutral. If I know how to build a nuclear bomb, does that mean that knowledge is evil? No. If I'm not using it for evil, that knowledge isn't evil. It's whatever I choose to use that knowledge for and the intention behind the use of that knowledge. But keeping somebody willfully ignorant is something that has been used in slavery throughout the centuries, and even going back through biblical slavery as well. And so forbidding them from reading and writing, forbidding them from going to school, is a way to control somebody. So when you look at the Bible and you see that the first sin was eating of the tree of knowledge, I ask myself, why is that wrong? And the Christians will say it doomed them to mortality. But what the serpent actually said was, if you eat of the tree of knowledge, you will be as God. Now, if I'm a creator being and I create a species, I would want them to ascend to great levels. I would want them to ascend to, especially if I consider them my children, I'd want them to ascend to divinity and Godhead themselves, not keep them suppressed in an infantile state. So I would want to impart knowledge upon them, not forbid them from eating knowledge. I mean, from knowing knowledge. But why was a tree even put into the garden to begin with if it wasn't supposed to be eaten from? Like, why even do that to begin with?
Without the temptation, there is no real free will. You can't say that you've given someone free will if you don't provide an element of temptation to test that free will. If there are never any opportunities to practice free will, then you don't really have free will. And I'm trying to read about what the Bible said about the actual crime that was committed in the Garden of Eden, and what the Christian mystics had to say about it back in the Middle Ages versus what real Satanists, and I don't mean like the Satanists that people call Satanists here in modern times, but these are serious blood drinking, black magic.
Well, I don't want to jump.
Then.
I don't want to jump to that point just yet.
Oh,
if it's
okay.
okay.
Nope, that's perfectly
I kind of want
fine.
to stay on this topic here for just a second.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
So we talk
Sorry.
about the serpent, right? We talk about the tree of knowledge. In my opinion, I think knowledge is power. Wisdom is knowledge gained through experience. So I want to make a distinction there, because I can impart knowledge upon you, right? As the BTV tribe, I can tell you my ayahuasca experiences. I can share them with you. But as many of you know out there, until you go through them yourself, you don't understand it like you do when you go through it. When you go through it and you see the simulation, when you see the code, when you see beyond the veil for yourself, and many of our BTV tribe have, by using the ayahuasca guide and using the sacred plants by themselves without a shaman presence, just them one-on-one with the plants, and it revealed to them a lot of the stuff that we've been talking about. When you see it, you know it. You know it deep down inside of your consciousness. It becomes gnosis. Gnosis is knowledge of spiritual matters. But at the same time, the New Age has borrowed a lot of ancient symbols that predate the Bible. And one of those ancient symbols are the serpent, or in this case right here, you can see the cobra, which I think comes from Atlantis. I've talked about this before, how in Atlantis, we have more of a cobra-like body. Distinction from reptilian, which I saw a comment in the chat flying by from the last show, and they said, "Oh no, they were talking about reptilians and and serpents." And I'm like, no. Distinction between the two. Reptilians are more like lower, like in He-Man. You remember Beastman?
Mm-hmm.
It's more like Beastman type.
I don't remember
creatures.
Beastman,
Oh, okay.
but that was a boy thing.
They're like Morlocks. Okay. Remember, in the time machine?
Yeah, I know
They're like
Morlocks.
Morlocks, but not the head Morlock. That is, the
More like a humanoid.
No, more like humanoid, yes, but animalistic.
What I mean is the head one was more humanoid than the rest of the Morlocks. The rest of the Morlocks were more like apes.
Right.
Yeah.
So a reptilian is a lower consciousness being, and I think a construct of this matrix itself. I think the reptilians, when they manifest in people's consciousness, are actually part of this machine. They don't exist outside in the other realms.
I would have to agree
While
with
the
that.
serpents or the cobras do, and other people have talked about being Lyrian, who come from the cats.
Mhm.
Cat people.
The cat people.
Yeah. And so after hearing so many stories and viewing my body, I realized, my body's, kind of serpentine-like.
Mhm.
And the serpents are the wiser ones. The serpents are the programmers. They're the ones that actually programmed the Matrix, So, here you see the depiction of the cobra bringing wisdom. Likewise, Hindu, a lot of quote-unquote pagan traditions that predate Christianity revere the serpent as knowledge.
Mhm.
Here you can see it in the DNA. I forget what it's called. The Kardash. What is this called? Caduceus.
A caduceus.
Caduceus. That's it.
That's right.
So you can see the two serpents twined around each other. You have the representations of the chakra. You have the wings of Isis. And this also represents DNA, which represents code, which represents the code of the matrix. The code of our bodies is represented by this. Modern medicine uses the symbolism to show medicine and healing, even though pharmacies don't necessarily offer healing. They do offer some things that heal, but
Some things,
originally, it was supposed to be healing. It was alchemy. It was chemistry. It was pharmakia. it was, all this stuff that was forbidden by the Catholic Church while they were raiding all of Europe and enslaving all of Europe. So the serpent has an interesting meaning that predates the Bible. Now, if you're going to start a new religion and you want to convert the old religious people into your religion, you're going to do like Constantine did, which is take different parts of all the different religions, like Mithra, and you're going to take Mithra, like right here, highlighted with the sun in the back, and you're going to create icons or holy icons. Like I don't have to show you examples, but I will anyways. Catholic holy icons.
Oh, everybody's seen the icons.
Everybody's seen these.
The Virgin Mary and
Yeah.
baby Jesus.
Yeah,
and
there's Jesus.
everybody's got halos.
There's
Yeah.
Jesus with the sun behind him, and this was an adaptation of borrowing from Mithra. They changed the Sabbath to Sunday because they wanted to appease them, but they also wanted to demonize the other religions that revered the serpent as wisdom. So that's why the serpent appears in the Bible at the very beginning. It was the old quote-unquote God or deity or practice, which was then demonized by the new that was coming in. And when you really think about it, this here, the quote-unquote New Age, is actually much older than the Judeo-Christian religions and the Abrahamic religions. So they call it New Age, when in actual fact, they're the New Age ones. This is the ancient stuff.
Right. This is much older.
Yeah. The New Age, though, what it is, it's taking the ancient, mixing it up with the Christianity, and then bringing it out with the same kind of traps as Christianity, just presented in a whole different way. Instead of Jesus being the savior, you have bluebirds being the savior. Instead,
or Arcturians.
Or Arcturians, or whatever the case may be. Instead of Christ, you have Christ consciousness. It's all the exact same thing, just brought out in a different way. But they all have the same tenets. Sex is bad. Ayahuasca's bad. Psychedelics are bad. You shouldn't have fun. All the exact same stuff. And there's so many different ideas here, so forgive me if I'm jumping around. But as I've said before, the minute you go on a diet, your body's automatically going to say, I'm craving everything. I'm craving
Everything
chocolate,
right now.
I'm craving ice cream, I'm craving everything that I'm dieting from. It's just something about the human consciousness that just does that, or the human body that just does that. As soon as you say, I'm going on a diet, it wants it. Now, if you starve yourself of sex, if you starve yourself of fun, if you starve yourself of wine, if you starve yourself of all these things that we have here to enjoy and partake in, even the angels themselves partaking in a drink called ambrosia, well, what's going to happen? All that energy is going to start to build up, and then it's going to become out of control, and it's going to result in what I call Catholic schoolgirl syndrome, where you have those suppressed Catholic schoolgirls. They are suppressed for 18 years, and then as soon as they're 18, they're on Pornhub getting banged by like 6 different guys because they don't have a filter on that shit, because it's been so suppressed that it just boils over. And it also keeps a consciousness in a state of want. And so this constant state of wanting then keeps you off balance, because you've always got this itch that doesn't get scratched. Now, I want to make a distinction between fasting, which is a set period of time. So you want to fast for a set period of time. That's different. You want to fast from sex for a set period of time. That's different. But the complete denial of all of those natural human urges which satisfy the body, especially meat, stuff like that, that winds up being detrimental. And so it keeps you in a state of unbalance. So I'm sorry, I didn't mean to go that far off, but I just wanted to highlight that the serpent was the original representation of wisdom and knowledge.
Right.
And they're taking the serpent, demonizing the serpent, and it also represents the female too. So they're demonizing that in the very beginning of the Bible.
It also has to do with the mastery and control over these, kundalini points in the body, that's what the serpent also represents, is not utilizing them, but making sure that you're in control of them and all these energy centers of your body, and the way the serpent of energy moves through it, your own serpent of energy. It's not any other serpent, and not allowing anything else to mess with that. That knowledge of self is very dangerous to a tyrant, any kind of tyrant. And a tyrant would not want anyone that they're trying to control to have access to this. So I think also the serpent symbolizes mastery over one's own consciousness and body, to a blending where you're able to utilize both at the highest level. Very
well said. Very well said. So the first thing, fear the serpent.
Yeah.
What does the serpent represent? The serpent represents wisdom.
Mm-hmm.
It represents balance. It represents healing. So fear, healing, balance, and wisdom, first and foremost. However, the Bible doesn't actually call the serpent Lucifer. It's Christians and theologians after the fact that have then called the serpent Lucifer or Satan. Lucifer and Satan both have an evolution throughout the Bible. Lucifer doesn't actually appear in the Bible. It appears in the King James Version. I think that's one translation that it appears in.
Yeah.
But other translations have realized that it's not actually Lucifer, but rather the word, the Hebrew word for Lucifer, I'm sorry, I had this pulled up, is...
It's okay.
Oh, this isn't it here. Okay, but anyways, according to King James Bible-based Strong's Concordance, the original Hebrew word means shining one, light bearer, and the English translation given in the King James Bible is the Latin name of the planet Venus, which is Lucifer. But I had another one here that was showing the name of the actual word, and it actually translates something like this here: the morning star. So the morning star. So we have the Isaiah passage that, again, I had here on my screen.
Is it Miklat?
I think so.
Yeah, I found it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you
morning star.
So we have here in the Bible, "Oh, how you are fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning, how you are cut down to the ground, you who weaken the nations. For you have said in your heart, I will ascend into heaven. I will exalt my throne above the stars of God. I will also sit on the mount of the congregation. On the farthest sides of the north, I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will make the Most High. I will be like the Most High. Yet you shall be brought to Sheol, to the lowest depths of the pit. Those who see you will gaze at you and consider you, saying, Is this man who made the earth tremble, who shook kingdoms, who made the world as a wilderness and destroyed its cities, who did not open the house to prisoners?" What they're actually referring to in Isaiah 14:12-17 is not a deity or entity, but rather what they're referring to is a king of Babylon. So that's the first time Lucifer appears in the King James. But like I said, when you go to other translations, it's translated as
Hebrew
morning star.
The Hebrew
like you see,
is,
you look at New Century Version, King of Babylon, morning star.
King of Babylon.
See, in the New Century Version, it's a little better translation than the King James Version, which actually mentions King of Babylon, morning star. You have fallen from heaven.
Right.
So they're talking about a king of Babylon.
Right. And the Hebrew translation is actually Hillel ben Shahar, which is son of the dawn, shining one, son of the dawn. And that is in very, very particular context to that one person, that Babylonian king that was so narcissistic and so arrogant and really back then these leaders were very, very arrogant, and when they would go to war, they would wear like gold and be shining like, the sun. They'd look like the sun running, with their on top of their horse. And so they were speaking of a tyrant back then, a Babylonian tyrant, not Satan himself, not this biblical figure of Satan against Yahweh.
Right. But it's been taken and it's been misapplied just by people who haven't read the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's why it's important to go to the texts themselves.
Right.
Now, at the very end of the Bible, there's like this grand reveal, right? This like Saw moment. The movie Saw.
Da, da, da.
You can even hear the music playing in the background. Dun
Yeah.
dun 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 dun. Where Jesus refers to himself, I, Jesus, have sent mine angels to testify upon thee, and these things at the churches. I am the root of the offspring of David, and the bright and morning star. So Jesus reveals himself at the end of Revelation to be the morning star.
Mm-hmm.
Exact same word that's used in Isaiah. So now all of a sudden, if you look, Jesus is now Lucifer. How does that happen, Cherie? You grew up with Christian pastors. You know this better than I do. How is it that Lucifer or the morning star is used to describe both Satan and Jesus at the same time?
They never mention it, except they keep calling him the bright and morning star. And whereas whenever they're referring to Satan, they refer to him Lucifer, son of the morning. It's it's like they use two different translations of the Bible so that the mental gymnastics isn't too much for them. Because if they were to use both phrases, the morning star, for both beings, then that would create conflict. But kids are not taught both, that both beings are called both things. They're taught that Jesus is called the bright and morning star, while Satan is called Lucifer, son of the morning. And so it's
Lucifer, son of the morning.
Yeah.
I'm gonna chase you out, though.
It's really insidious how that's done. Another way in which things like this are done is, if you look at children's Bibles, for instance, you're going to find a lot of stuff left out. A lot of stuff. I used to have a comic book Bible, and it was actually, really big. It was like that thick. And it had almost every Bible story in there in comic book form. And I remember reading this, and some of those stories were really messed up, reading them in comic book form. They did have some of the stories in there, like the baby mama drama with what's his name, and Jacob and his 4 wives.
Yeah. So the story of Jacob, real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, this was a man who. Okay, this is what biblical marriage is, and I think it's important to understand this, because the Bible is all about slavery and ownership of women. And what a lot of people don't realize is that the West ended slavery, but slavery goes all the way back to the Bible. And as Cherie pointed out, she corrected me. I said before that the United States ended slavery, but in actual fact, Britain had ended slavery about 15 years before the United States did. The founders of this country wanted to abolish slavery at the very beginning, but they couldn't get the southern colonies on board with a revolution against Britain. So they had to postpone their agenda to abolish slavery. But they first tried to abolish slavery at the very beginning.
John Adams especially. Yeah.
The only places slavery prevail right now is Saudi Arabia and Africa. Like, those are like the only 2 countries that slavery is still a thing.
Mm-hmm.
But everything's been inverted so much that kids here in the United States are told that we somehow started slavery and the Civil War ended slavery, but Abraham Lincoln was bad for some reason, even though he was one of the first black presidents. He was half black. I don't know. It's just like all kinds of these mental gymnastics, everything turned upside down, when in fact we were the ones that ended slavery throughout the entire world. And so everything is completely and totally skewed and turned upside down and backwards. But you go through the Bible and you find that the way you get a wife is that you pretty much buy her.
Yeah.
In Deuteronomy, I have Deuteronomy here, which I'll skip to really quick, 22:29. What it says is that if you rape a virgin girl, which back then a girl under 12 was a virgin. So if you rape a girl who's under 12 and you get caught, then you must marry her because you violated her, and you can't divorce her, and you must pay her father 50 pieces of silver. Now, it's important to also understand that the mother of Jesus was 12 years old, Mary. Joseph was 70. So we have pedophilia, we have slavery,
Child rape.
we have child rape, we have misogyny. We have all of these different stories coming out of the Old Testament of go to your neighbors, kill the men and women, and take the virgins as your spoils. Now, what does that mean? That means women under 12, girls under 12.
Yeah, they called them women, but
Right.
girls under 12.
Girls under 12. So slavery was so abundant in the Old Testament. So the story of Jacob is that he wanted Rachel for his wife. So he worked for his uncle for 7 years in order to get Rachel as his wife. But his uncle gave him the other girl. I don't remember who the other girl was off the top of my head. Do you?
Which one?
Not Rachel, but the other one.
Leah.
Gave him Leah instead, or it could be the other way around. I don't remember. I don't have the verse in front of
yeah.
me. But he got one of them, and he's like,
He
hey,
got
wait a minute.
Rachel first.
He got Rachel first.
I mean, he got Leah first.
he got Leah
and,
first, but he wanted
Rachel. Yeah.
and he
She was
banged.
hot.
He banged Leah, and the uncle was like, "Oh well, you've already banged her, so
You have to work for another
sorry
7
about your
years."
luck." And he's like, "Well, I want Rachel," and his uncle was like, "Well, you're gonna have to work for 7 more years." So he worked for 7 more years to get Rachel as his wife. And along with that came the 2 handmaidens, the 2 concubines.
As dowries for the other two.
As dowries.
Yeah.
So Jacob wound up with 4 wives by working for his uncle.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the Bible also goes into instructions on how to beat your slaves, how if you can beat a slave to a pulp, and if the slave survives, then it's okay. But if he dies right afterwards, then you're guilty of murder. You shouldn't kill your slaves. But if he dies 3 or 4 days afterwards, it's okay.
Yeah.
As long as you don't kill him immediately, it's okay. These are all rules in the Bible that are laid out for how to keep slaves. It also says an Israelite can only be kept as a slave for seven years.
Right.
And
Whereas a Gentile can be held indefinitely.
yeah. I have an article here that was funny because it came up as let me see what I did with it. I know I sent it to you. Oh yeah. It's funny because this is the way that it came up in Google. 30 plus powerful Bible verses about slavery from BibleStudyTools.com. 30 plus powerful verses about slavery. 1 Corinthians. Were you a slave when you were called? Don't let it trouble you, although it can gain your freedom to do so. Live as free people, but do not use your freedom as a cover-up for evil. Live as God's slaves. Slaves in reverent fear of God, submit yourselves to your masters, not only to those who are good and considerate, but also to those who are harsh. 1 Timothy. For the sexually immoral, for the practicing homosexuality, for slave traders and liars and perjurers, and for whatever else is contrary to the sound doctrine, etc. I don't know what context that is. That's taken a little bit out of context. Slave obeyed your earthly masters in everything and do it, not only with their eyes on you, and to curry their favor, but with sincerity, heart, and reverence to the Lord. Colossians 3:22. That number 322 is pretty interesting because I wonder if Skull and Bones 322 is actually a reference to Colossians, because that would make sense to me. Slaves, obey your earthly masters in everything you do, not only with their eye on you and to curry their favor, but on the sincerity of heart and reverence for the Lord. So them using the term 322, I think it's like, hey, we're the slave masters. You're all our slaves. So obey us like you would the Lord, etc., etc., etc. And I think that's a reference to that. But I have nothing to actually back that up. But there's several. If a man sells his daughter as a servant, she's not to go free as the male servants do. So if a man sells his daughter as a servant, she is not to go free as a male servant does. So that applies to even Israelite women. So Israelite women can be kept as slaves indefinitely. A male Israelite servant can be set free after 7 years. A non-Israelite can be kept indefinitely and beaten to a pulp. You see, this is the book here that is the source of all morality. This is the book that everybody's thumping on and telling us this and telling us that about. And when you really understand what this book is all about, then you're like, okay, hold on, I really got to really understand this. Which is why, in my opinion, I think that's why there was such a push by the Catholic Church to burn all non-Latin books. And they wanted to be the ones to tell you what the books actually said. And that's where the Protestant movement came out of, because the Protestant movement wanted to be able to read the Bible and interpret the Bible for themselves. Mm-hmm. We have a repetition of this going on now with everything that happened with the whole zombie virus situation, where you're only supposed to get the information from the mainstream media. You're only supposed to trust the expert that they tell you to trust. You're not supposed to read the data for yourself. You're not supposed to read the Kaiser dump that just came out. You're not supposed to do your own research. You're not supposed to listen to the non-sanctioned experts. You're only supposed to listen to the experts. Can you keep it going for just a second while I find this clip?
Yes. I'm looking at sex slavery, and it doesn't seem like it's very recognized that it existed, and that it was just as prevalent in ancient Israel as it was in ancient Babylon. There's these things are inherent in any society or any kind of ideology where you have sacrifice, especially blood-related sacrifice. Women, especially women, humans of any type are seen more as commodity rather than people. And once I have to say, once Egypt started to fall apart ideologically and stopped being as strong in its religion, which its religion was based on consciousness. It was a consciousness-based religion. It was not anything like the Judeo-Christian sacrificial ideologies that were being set up at the time. Those ideologies were very damaging to the human consciousness. And so once Egypt started to fall apart, the rest of the world started to fall apart.
Those are very good points.
And
let me play this clip too, because I just want to show you that the same thing has been going on for millennia, where the Catholic Church or the powers that be or whoever it is trying to tell you, don't look at the actual information itself.
Oh, this is great.
Instead, let us tell you what it means. Let us interpret it for you, because you're not smart enough to interpret it for yourself. That's why we did our show about Freemasonry. That's why we read the rituals word for word, because we wanted people to understand the actual text itself. We didn't tell people what it meant. We just said this is what the text says. Likewise, we're telling people what the Bible says too. And listen to what they're talking about here. This is in 2016. Now, we all saw this in 2020. But listen to this horse shit. Some of you may have seen this clip.
Interesting is, remember, it's illegal to possess these stolen documents. It's different for the media. So everything you learn about this, you're learning from us. And in full disclosure, let's take a look at what is in there and what it means.
That's Chris Cuomo, who got on CNN during the whole Hillary Clinton WikiLeaks dump and actually had the gall to tell people that it's illegal for them to look at Hillary Clinton's emails from WikiLeaks. And all the information that you should get only from CNN.
Uh-huh.
Where have we heard that before?
Yeah.
Now, not only have they censored all the information, but they've tried to create the narrative, and they've told you don't look at the data from the CDC. Don't look at the data from the Kaiser dumps. Don't look at any of that data. Actually, that's all banned. You can't talk about that. It's you know, they call it medical misinformation when it's coming facts, documented facts. I mean, there was a document that I posted, and it got our whole we got a flag on our channel, and it was a document like out of the CDC or something like that. It's ridiculous. But this has been going on for thousands of years. Because what happens is when you start reading the documents, you start to get a whole new understanding, because now you're applying your own perspective to it rather than their perspective. So I know that was way off point, but it really ties in to show that these methods have been used for centuries. These aren't anything new. Everything that we're seeing, the Bible says one thing that I find very true. There is nothing new under the sun.
Well, and there's somebody in the chat who's accusing us of doing the same thing about the Bible and taking verses out of context and not telling people to read it for themselves. No, that we read Duncan's Masonic Ritual a few days ago, and it was very lengthy and time-consuming, and we trust that you guys are smart enough to, when we tell you this is where these verses are found, we understand you guys can look it up for yourselves and look into this yourselves, and we're also showing you.
Well, I'm putting
these
up on
verses. We're putting these verses
I'm putting
up on the screen.
I mean, it's not like, you know,
we're not hiding anything.
No, I mean, it's up on the screen.
And if we're skipping along, it's only for the sake of time.
Yeah, I would love to sit here and read the whole Bible to you, but it's just
we don't have time.
It's not going to happen. But I will tell you this: you want to hear an interesting, another little twist? You know, get the Saw music keyed up, please. You know, dun 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 dun. The word Baal, the evil Baal from Exodus, the Baal worship, the Illuminati worships Baal. Because in Bohemian Grove, they say it's Baal worship, but they're not really worshiping Baal, because Baal has nothing to do with an owl. But let's just call it Baal worship, because that's what the conspiracy theorists run with. What does Baal mean? Can you read that?
Owner. Lord.
The Lord.
The Lord.
Baal means the
The
Lord.
Lord.
And
Yep.
the Lord came down and said,
Uh-huh.
the Lord.
So it's just called the Lord. And what do you
So
read when you go to the
Baal
Bible?
means the Lord.
Which is what you read in the Bible. Every time in the Old Testament, when it's talking about the Lord came down and spoke to Moses, the Lord said this, the Lord said unto so and so. It's talking about the same entity that demands blood sacrifice. First of animals, and then demands the ultimate sacrifice in this reality, which is a human one.
I mean, you can't argue with that. That's in Strong's Concordance.
Yep.
This is like the official
concordance.
church approved the way you're supposed to interpret the Bible. Don't think for yourself. Don't interpret the Bible yourself. Go to Strong's Concordance. It will tell you what you are misinterpreting and give you the proper interpretations for all of that. And it flat out says Baal means Lord.
And
the Lord.
That's just another name for this Yahweh character. People are like, no, Yahweh was what they superimposed the Lord over, because you're not supposed to use the name Yahweh. No, there are multiple names for one being, and the sacred name. Even in Egypt, you had a sacred name and a common name. The commoners and people in everyday life were allowed to call you by your common name if you were considered a deity, but but only in certain ritualistic contexts were you able to use the sacred name. The sacred name of Baal is Yahweh, is Yadeh-Vaheh. But
That's actually the Masonic word in the 32nd degree of Freemasonry.
it's there you go.
Yeah.
Once again, Yahweh worship.
Remember we were talking yesterday about you will get the true word of a Mason?
That's what it is.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yadeh-Vaheh. And it has to, that's a sacred name, just like in Egypt. You have the sacred name, and then you have the common name. The common name it was Baal, but then they turn it into the Lord because you can't call him Baal. You know,
it's heavy stuff.
yeah, it really is.
So when we
you
get back
really
to
look
the
at
idea
it.
of Lucifer, let's understand what does Lucifer represent? What does Lucifer represent to you? To me, it represents wisdom, and I've encountered this wisdom and light within my ayahuasca experiences. And it was very clear, don't call upon me again, because I've already given you everything you need. It didn't say, I'm here to tell you what to do. It didn't say, I'm here to guide you, to instruct you.
No.
It didn't say you're weak and pathetic and, all this. It didn't say, follow me. It didn't say, go and spread my word and my gospel and everything like that.
It just brings the light.
I've given you the light.
Yeah.
Now go pass it on.
Right.
That's it. And don't call on me again.
Right.
To me, that didn't seem like a very malevolent being or energy
or
part of my consciousness.
Or even manipulative or controlling, because all this being did literally was turn the light on.
Yeah.
In the room and then left it up to you to do the rest, which you did.
Yeah.
You used that light to increase your understanding, which increased your wisdom.
Right.
But if you didn't have the mindset of increasing your understanding, then you wouldn't have done that.
That's
it wouldn't
true.
have happened. Yeah.
That's true. And if I was afraid of the word itself, but the thing is, I stopped being afraid of words. I said, if it's an evil being, bring it. I can handle it. I'm much stronger than it because I'm the divine being in this. I am the creator being. And so therefore, everything is, in my experience, is beholden to me, not the other way around. So I found power in this. But think about what's happening here. If we're correct in our analysis that Lucifer and the energy behind it represents wisdom and light, what are we doing when we're saying Lucifer is Satan? Well, let's look at the word Satan for a second. The word Satan starts out in the beginning of the Bible as Hasatan. I think many people understand this. It started out in the king's court of Babylon as a prosecutor. The king said, bring me a Hasatan, bring me an accuser. Who is accusing this man of this crime? That then morphed into a being in Job where God says, Satan, all the angels got together for a meeting at the round table and Satan came through and God said, where have you been? And Satan says, walking to and fro from the earth, here and there and everywhere. Yeah, I say that sometimes. People are like, dude, where you been?
I've been
I'm
roaming the earth
walking the earth to and fro. So, then it evolved into that. Then it evolved into a being that actually went up to tempt Jesus on the mountain. And then it evolved into an abstract idea that is on the shoulder of each and every one of us. It's whispering into our ears.
Constantly tormenting us.
Right.
Yeah.
The problem that I take with this is that when you externalize this energy, the evil, okay? When you externalize evil, forget putting a name on it. Let's just call it evil. When you externalize evil, it's something that you, especially if it's an abstract being, it's something you can never defeat. It's something you can never conquer, and it's something you can't even face. You can't face your shadows. You can't face the darkness.
It's an unwinnable war.
It's an unwinnable war. But when you realize that this is part of our own consciousness, it's part of being human. When we're born into human bodies, we have to deal with the darkness that's inside of us. And some people have an extraordinary amount of darkness. Others have a small part of a little bit of darkness in them. Some people let the darkness overtake them. Others balance the dark and the light together. Others understand when to use the darkness, when to use the light, is where I come from. Some people go down the left-hand path completely, which I don't agree with, just as much as I don't agree with going down the right-hand path, just as I don't agree with going down the religious path, because me, being the ancient soul that I am about balance. However, when we externalize that, we can't fight this. When we realize it's part of us, then we can look at ourselves in the mirror and go, oh, everything, divinity and evil, is inside me at the same time. And the only way that I can bring light to the darkness is to become a bearer of the light, to light up the darkness, defeat the darkness. Then I come out fearing nothing. I come out being the divine being. And as we start to merge maybe unlock the masculine and feminine elements of our own consciousness, then we start to understand what true divinity is about. True divinity is not a deity that is supposedly omnipresent and omnipotent, but at the same time floods the world. Why would this being flood the world? Think about that.
Mm-hmm.
You're talking about really good people that were serving this being to the fullest of their soul.
Why paintbrush?
You were talking about babies who were crawling around.
Yep.
You're talking about kittens, little baby kittens.
Why such widespread
little baby
destruction
elephants,
of life?
cute little baby elephants, little baby monkeys, little unicorn.
Such a waste.
You
Oh,
know?
unicorns.
Yeah.
You think so?
They've done nothing wrong.
Yeah.
They don't have the ability to do anything wrong. God flooded them all. The Christians will turn around and say, well, you know what that's about is there was evil in the world and man had become so corrupt and there were giants there. Here's the kicker though, is we are mere mortals, right? Mm-hmm. According to the Christians, we are mere mortals.
We're weak
children,
and pathetic compared to him.
We're wretches, we're weak and pathetic, we can do no things without God.
Yeah.
Yet somehow we're able to genetically modify viruses that are targeted towards specific genetics.
Mm-hmm. Specific races.
Race-specific bioweapons.
Mm-hmm.
You're telling us that some jack-off scientists sitting in a lab somewhere in Wuhan are able to make a race-specific bioweapon, but the almighty creator of the universe is incapable of doing that?
That's a really good point.
To take out these quote-unquote corrupt giants that were there without flooding the whole world?
Bloodthirsty giants, yeah.
Now, I don't believe the whole world was flooded.
Right.
But if we're speaking about the Bible, we need to consider this. Why did God flood the entire world?
Mm-hmm.
Now, the argument that would come back from that is, well, you know, God flooded the whole world, but all those people went to heaven. Okay, great. So why don't the Christians celebrate abortion? If a baby's aborted, it goes straight to heaven.
Yes,
so we should be having abortion. It's a free ticket.
Home.
You don't have to go through the trials and tribulations of this
living.
life.
Yeah.
You know, every moment we live in this world, according to the Christians and religion, and I'm sorry I keep picking on the Christians, and it's not just
from
Christians.
God. Yeah.
It's you know, the Judeo-Christian religion, but we're in the States.
But being separated from God.
Well, according to them, every moment we're here is another moment where we can fuck up.
Yeah, that's true.
And wind up in hell by, you know,
the result of our sin.
Yeah. Accidentally seeing a beautiful booty walking down the street and having unclean thoughts about her. That's all it takes.
Yeah.
It's just thinking. Like,
boom.
Damn, she's sexy.
Lake of fire.
I would really love to just you know, enjoy her.
Yeah.
That's a sin.
Yep.
And that's a sin, and that's a sin, and that's a sin. So why aren't Christians rejoicing abortion? I mean, abortions, even in the Bible, they give instructions on how to do abortions in the Bible. You go in front of a priest. If you think that your wife's cheated on you and her baby isn't yours, the priest will give her a potion. And if she drinks the potion and dies, that means she cheated. And that's it. And if she doesn't die, that means she didn't cheat. But they're giving abortion. Yeah,
they're giving abortifacient
potions in the Bible.
And if it works,
but the Christians are against abortion.
Yeah.
So see, we have this whole kind of problem that we face with this whole ideology here. So, do babies all go to heaven as soon as they're aborted, or do they not?
Right.
Let's be consistent here.
You know, they try to say nowadays that the ritual consisted of just God's earth and God's water, and that would be holy water mixed in with soil from the temple or from the nearest church, consecrated ground. And I don't think that's the case. I think bitter waters was a very specific reference to Syrian rue, because Syrian rue is meets all of the qualifications of this particular bitter waters type of brew that they were making, that was used extensively, even up until today. It's used as an abortion mechanism.
That is true. Can you do me a favor? Can you check and make sure we're still streaming? Because I'm showing that we're live. I'm showing that we're going out great to everybody. I'm not seeing anybody in the chat room saying that we're not streaming.
Oh, okay.
However, I'm not able to get anything to pop up on Google Chrome.
Oh no. Okay.
Yeah.
It looks like we're good.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah,
so
we're live. So
there's a problem with my Google Chrome. So I'm going to take a break and see if I can figure out what to do about this. And we'll get into more right on the other side.
Okay.
And I'll play a song that I've played a few times before about facing one's own darkness.
Mm-hmm.
Or should I play the ISIS song that we just did? That's not ready in full, but at the same time, it's still pretty cool.
We're still in the part where we're facing the darkness of, what we're actually dealing with here. What is the darkness? And what is the light?
That's a good point. That's a great topic. I love the way you're thinking. Go get the puppets. Big ups to anybody who can tell me where that reference is from, because it's so obscure, but it's old school.
Yeah,
I love the way you're thinking. Go get the puppets. Let me know in the chat if you get the reference, and you are freaking awesome if you do.
If you do.
And you win a free shout out on Beyond the Veil. We'll be right back.
Oh, you think darkness is your ally? You merely adopted the dark. I was born in it, molded by it. I didn't see the light until I was already a man.
Staring at the abyss, I can see the darkness engulfing my soul like a solar eclipse. I won't run from this, I won't even look away. I've gotta face it down and close this dark gate. I try to breathe deep as my heartbeat quickens, as I fall in deeper to this ayahuasca vision. I try to take control, but I lose it all the same. As above, so below, trying to find my true name, trying to find my true self. But how can this be? The evil I'm confronting is inside of me. What a wretched beast. This enemy's got the best of me, but it was plain to see. This battle's internal, in this world infernal. Now this victory will shine with a light eternal, igniting my spark and formulating a plan. Now I step into the dark like sword in hand.
How do I face the shadows that haunt me, when the love and the light is so blinding? How do I face what's inside of me?
I was born into darkness, nothing new in this realm, but I can't conquer these demons without first facing myself. I'm moving silence and stealth with a snake-like rhythm to the deepest inner chambers of this self-made prison. On the edge of perdition, I take my position, one hand to the sky. I become the magician in this hidden tradition, never written or spoken. Now they'll know me by my entrance and a word and a token. I was tried by the sword, I was tried by the square. Now I'm tried by the fires from the center of hell. From the depths of myself, there's no stopping this total apocalypse. In this dark abyss, I put my left foot forward, now there's no turning back. I step into the fire, my soul's burning black. I rip out my heart because I have to be heartless, to go face to face with the shadows in this darkness.
How do I face the shadows that haunt me, when the love and the light is
This is your ally.
Redeemer and Destroyer, Paul and Messiah. Welcome, time span soul. Welcome to your destiny.
Interesting comment. You guys are freaking awesome. You know, always teaching me new things. The baby from Roe versus Wade actually was never aborted. The Roe baby. Norma McCorvey, the plaintiff in Roe versus Wade, never had the abortion she was seeking. She gave her baby up for adoption, and now the baby is an adult. After decades of keeping her identity secret, Jane Roe's child was chosen to talk about her life. That's very interesting. That's very interesting. You know, my views on abortion are balanced. You know, I don't think that they should be done, but at the same time, I don't feel I have a right to impose upon a woman what she can do or what she cannot do. And that's to protect my own freedom, because you open the door for allowing the government to tell you what to do with your body. Then you open the door for experimentation like we've seen in 2020 and mandates. So I would ask others to consider that and not impose their will upon others. But I would also ask the ladies out there who are considering having an abortion to also consider that life that's inside of them. But also, at the same time, I would ask everybody to respect everybody's sovereignty, you know, and we have to decide at some point, when does life begin? And I would say life begins at birth. Now, I think the laws are pretty balanced now with you can't have an abortion after a certain period of time. Maybe we want to lower that a little bit to a little sooner, but nonetheless, it's a tough situation, you know. I've defined good and evil, as I've said many times before. Anything that preserves life and preserves freedom is an act of the light. Anything that impedes upon freedom and impedes upon life is an act of darkness. But when you come to a situation like that, you have to make a choice on: are you going to preserve the freedom of the mother, or are you going to preserve the life of the unborn child? We have a birth date, you know, and so I think that's important. But then again, there's development that goes on, which I think rightfully we should observe. So it's a situation that I would just ask people to use their higher consciousness when making those determinations. But above all, do not let the government make decisions for anybody, because that's letting the camel's nose in the tent. So I'm for and against at the same time. It's a very interesting place.
Morally against, legally for.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a terrible, necessary evil. That I hate to put it that way, but that's how I feel about that.
49 Distro said 40 to 49 days, and the Buddhists actually believe, or the Tibetans, that the soul enters the body around the 49th
The
day.
Tibetan Buddhists, yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's good too.
That's a good rule of thumb.
Yeah. But again, I don't want the government involved.
I don't either.
I met Ron Paul, and I asked him his views on that, because I had a friend who was, you know, big time feminist and all about that, you know. And Ron Paul had a pretty interesting answer. He said, "That's none of the federal government's business.
That's nobody's business.
It's a state issue.
Mm-hmm.
So it should be state
Really,
to
it's
state.
a personal issue between a person and their doctor.
Yeah.
You know, a woman and her doctor, and the person's spouse, you know, the father of the child, are the three people that should be considered. Now,
we sat down and we had a chat for a little bit, and he told me, he said, you know, he did an abortion one time, and when he did it, I don't know, I take that back. He didn't do it, he witnessed it, and the baby came out crying.
Yeah.
After like the 5th month. And the baby was like literally like crying and alive.
Yeah, that's alive. You
After
can't tell me
witnessing
that's not
something
alive.
like that. But see, his stance for liberty and personal liberty was so hardcore.
Yeah.
That he had to put up with something that he has seen the horrors of.
Yeah.
That are completely destructive. but understands that the destruction of liberty is an even more greater harm to humanity as a whole. And so I respected his words very much, and hearing that situation directly from him, which I think he also wrote about.
I like politicians that are able to, despite what they like or don't like, or prefer or don't prefer, they or feel is wrong or right, they understand the freedom of the individual is paramount, and that has to stay paramount no matter what. And that the, I hate to use this term, but liberal type of people like to throw curveballs such as abortion at conservatives and say, well, this is, what are you going to do about this, huh? What are you going to do about this? Yeah, it's awful, but we have to allow it because of that personal freedom aspect of it. You have to. It's terrible. Anyway, moving on.
Well, I want to give a shout out to some people in the chat room. You know who you are. If you can go through the chat and see anybody that said Aqua Teen or Master Shake, please give them a shout out.
Sharon Rose.
Sharon Rose. What's up, Sharon Rose?
Yes.
You're part of the old school posse. No doubt about it.
And
if you can scroll up, there are a few people.
Were there other ones? Let me see.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Here we go. Sanctity Seeker.
Sanctity
Master
Seeker.
Shake.
What's up? Yes.
Yes.
Awesome.
Nice. And yep, I think that was it. I think there were two.
Nice.
Yeah.
It has been a running joke between Cherie and I for like 13 years.
Yeah, for all 13 years.
I'll tell her, I like the way you're thinking, go get the puppets.
Uh-huh.
I've said it on the show before, and people are like, what the fuck is he talking about, puppets? What do they do? Like some kind of weird kinky shit? And it's just something I borrowed from Aqua Teen. So on that
Yes,
note,
but it has nothing to do with it.
here's a fun little clip. That's it. I love that. I'm in the business of kicking your ass.
Uh-huh.
I'm in the business of giving you the business. You looking to expand your business?
Uh-huh.
I don't know why, but that's always been one of my favorite clips from Aqua Teen. So,
yep.
Greetings from Korea. Alex, welcome from Korea.
That's greetings to Korea.
I got to play this.
Yes, please.
Welcome, Alex, to the BTV chat room. You are all here by your own free will. You all signed a contract to be here. You can all leave at your own free will as long as the majority agrees. The games will end. But until then, you will play the games, and as long as you obey the rules, you will survive and make it out of this place with the prize money promised to you. Yep. Sorry, I had to do that. Probably going to get a copyright strike
I
for
love
it,
that.
It is what it is.
Oh, it was cute. I don't think you played enough of it to mess anything up. That was enough. But it was cute.
Nice. So,
Very cute.
yeah, I got to give a big shout out to Korea for Squid Game. I mean, Squid Game was just phenomenal. And you have to watch the Korean version. You can't, the subtitle version it just does so much injustice to it.
Yeah.
And I wish I could speak Korean because it was so well made. And when you hear the Korean actors, the way that they deliver their lines, it's totally different than the English dub. And the English dub makes them look silly. It does. Where the Korean, you can feel the voice actor. And I actually saw an interesting clip. Let me see if I can find this. Because right now we're kind of going into some other kind of stuff.
That's
Korean professor, Squid Game. And I think Alex can resonate with this here, being from Korea. Language professor break down the subtitle in Squid Game. This was fascinating. It's 7 minutes. Don't know if I'm going to play it all, but it's interesting to hear the difference in different languages and cultures, and how when when we try to translate them to English, we lose the translation and the meaning. And I think the same could be applied to the Bible, which, kind of goes hand in hand with what we're talking about. So we could segue into this really quick, then go right back into what we were talking about with a perfect segue.
Squid Game. We're quick to point out that the English translations didn't always match up to the dialogue. Wired reached out to Korean language professor Ju-won-sun to see what English speakers might be missing out on.
This part, the translation is definitely sanitized. Two main differences I noticed in translations are address terms
감사합니다, 사장님.
and the swearing expressions.
Today we're going to be talking about English subtitles, not the dub version.
Know where your son happens to be now?
On business in the United States.
That's a whole nother video. So let's start with the address terms.
뭐든지 시켜만 줘.
오빠.
사장님들.
영감님.
다 아주머니 아니야.
Pay attention to the translated word sir in this scene in episode 2 between Ali, the Pakistani immigrant, and Sang-woo, the stockbroker.
나 사장님 아니니까 사장님 소리 좀 그만하고.
The meaning of 사장님 is the president of company or CEO of the company. The meaning itself is extended to many different situations. So anybody who looks like in a suit and then a little bit older and then everybody starts calling that person 사장님.
감사합니다, 사장님.
So Ali is using that 사장님 in calling a lot of male characters in the show.
Korean speakers use honorifics constantly when speaking to each other. You can hear it here,
감사합니다, 사장님.
here,
저기 선생님.
and here.
영감님.
It would be impossible to translate all of these in Squid Game because they're so ubiquitous. But the way the characters address each other shows the evolution of their relationship. Listen carefully when Sang-woo asks Ali to call him by his first name.
그럼 그냥 형이라고 해.
He's actually using this term.
그럼 그냥 형이라고 해.
Sang-woo asks Ali to call him 형, then he's using intimate ending. In the Korean language, we don't call each other by our first names. We are not really first name based society. 형 refers to older brother or elder brother of a man. That 형 word is a big brother, is extended to other social relationships. So that means that we are close. Before, we didn't know each other well, but now we know each other and we are getting closer. That's why that Marvel scene, it was really heartbreaking when Ali keeps calling 형.
형. 상우 형.
So basically, he thinks that Sang-woo is almost like a brother to him, that he was betrayed.
상우 형.
In that sense, it's more heartbreaking. If
You see the difference on how we don't have the words in English. We'll just say boss bitch.
The
know?
descriptive
Something basic like that.
Yeah, we don't have the descriptive.
But we don't have the descriptive words, which I think was done by design.
Oh,
I
yeah,
think
it
English
was.
was dumbed down on purpose. You have languages like Greek that have like 7 different words for love, meaning the different types of love. We have
Right.
one word for love,
Yeah.
and that's it. Well, we use other words before and after them to express the type of love.
Yeah.
But Korean, Greek, all these other languages that are a lot older than English are so much more complex, and I think speak to the soul so much more and elevate the consciousness so much more, whereas English was meant purposefully to dumb people down. Korean, Asian languages in general, I respect very much, especially because of the alphabet, which is very, very difficult, at least for an English speaker, to recognize and translate, where it's I think a lot more complex. Now, obviously, if I grew up in an Asian country, I might not think it's so complex, but comparing it to the English or Latin letters that most languages use, I find it to be very, very, very fascinating, and I think calls for a higher intellect in just basic reading and writing skills themselves from the very beginning at youth.
I can see that.
know what 형 and 사장님 mean in the Korean language.
Another example of an honorific sharing relationship is Han Mei-yo's use of 오빠.
맞지, 오빠?
오빠.
오빠.
I don't
See, and this character here is the one I had the biggest problem with, because when I watched the English dub over the first time, she sounded like a crazy ex-girlfriend.
Yeah, she just sounded like crazy nutty.
Yeah. In the Korean version, though, she sounds more gangster, streetwise type of character, which is what she was supposed to be.
Right.
But they overdubbed her with this crazy ex-girlfriend and
type
it was
of tone.
like Bunny in the Pod, desperate, stupid,
The wrong tone.
needy, clingy, where she was actually very manipulative.
Right.
So it changes the dynamic of the character completely. And Alex, if you're a Korean speaker, I don't know. I know there's a lot of Americans that live in Korea, but if you're a Korean speaker, please let me know if I'm saying anything incorrectly or correctly.
I think babe is an accurate translation for oppa. Oppa means older brother to a woman. Oppa is definitely a family term, a family relationship term, but at the same time, it's extended to a romantic relationship between a man and a woman. So when you start between man and a woman starts calling the other man oppa, that means that it's kind
like
of like,
Papi
okay, we are
in
getting
Spanish.
closer as a woman and a man. Han Min-yeol character was trying to do that with the Chang Deok-soo character.
맞지 오빠?
오빠? 내가 진짜 오빠 맞아?
Because oppa implies the woman is younger than the man.
Yeah.
When Deok-soo says,
He doesn't
is that
like
right?
that.
내가 진짜 오빠 맞아?
It's like you're
He's
way
actually
older.
saying he's not older than her.
That it's not like I'm not a man or you are not a woman. It's more like you look older than I am. It's a
Yeah.
switch to age difference. And she asked him, like, how old do you think I am? And then he's like saying 49 and 39, 29, and he was playing with that age thing. Address terms are extremely difficult when you have to translate the Korean into English.
Next up, let's talk about swearing.
In some translations, Korean cursing words are translated into like scumbag, jerk, and idiot. They don't really convey the harshness of the Korean cursing words, cursing expressions.
나 인연이랑 아직 얘기가 안 끝났는데.
이 새끼? 이 새끼.
The word 새끼 is translated in jerk most of the time, but I don't think it's the right translation. 새끼 literally means the baby animal, like a baby of any animals. If you do that, you are basically
Like an
cursing at
infant.
your mother.
야, 이
Yeah.
개새끼야.
So that's the whole idea. But I think it's
It'd be more like son of a bitch.
Son of a bitch. There you go.
Yeah,
That's a good way to put it.
a little bit more serious than jerk.
개새끼.
One of the difficulties of translation is conveying meaning quickly, because subtitles are rarely over 2 lines. But what's lost in translation when a swear word is translated to a PG term?
It's not just about swearing words, and some expressions are very vulgar, and that's also kind of stands out to me.
Let's take a look at the character Han Min-yeol.
씨발놈아.
This part, the translation is definitely sanitized.
씨발놈아.
That's definitely not scumbag. Sibaluma is like I just said it. Oh my gosh, on camera.
Mother-
Okay, it's
Yeah.
like F word.
Yeah, it's more like
I would
motherfuck.
say fucking bastard, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
No one even says scumbag anymore. An interesting thing is her background was really not explained in the show. I think the cursing and using all these low class expressions, the way she's expressing that I gotta go to the bathroom in a kind of very vulgar way. It's not cursing words,
take a
but
piss.
the way she describes her state was just really very bad.
Vulgar.
Linguistically, it's kind of interesting to see her background through her use of language.
Translation is an incredibly difficult job, and the success of Squid Game shows how well the show did overall.
Overall, it's pretty accurate in terms of conveying the storyline. I could ask a little bit more in subtlety and a little bit like a nuance. If you don't know the language and you have to depend on the subtitles, of course you miss a lot of things. It's not because it's the Korean language and English translation. It's any kind of language and translation.
Netflix international language series continue to gain in popularity. Squid Game's success likely means we're going to see more and more translations. So what can audiences take away from discussing the nuances of the original Korean?
English is the lingua franca. So everybody speaks English. Even if you go to France, then you can travel speaking English. Sometimes the English speaking people think that the other languages are not as sophisticated because you don't know and you don't speak that language. Through subtitle shows, you can say, okay, the other language I don't know, but it has a lot of cultural nuances and a richer in its own way.
So I find that to be very fascinating, and thanks for popping into the chat, Alex, because you inspired that. And I think it goes to show, I mean, think about, the telephone game, like I mentioned before. You take the Bible and you translate it from the Latin, the Greek. I mean, I even tried to translate part of the New Testament, Romans 13 to be exact. Which I'll pull up Romans 13 so you can see it for yourself. It is, in my opinion, one of the most, the biggest keys to show that the Bible is a slave class religion, and it's a religion to
keep slaves in line.
To keep slaves in line, and was purposely meant for that. So we can go. People are so picky about their versions.
Yeah, they are. King James. No,
King James. If you don't mind, while I'm doing this, if you can
Yeah.
pull up a little bit of background on King James, unless you know off the top of your head.
I do
But this
actually
guy-
know a lot about King
This
James.
guy was a tyrant.
Yeah.
Who sought to control. So, I don't know why everybody clings to the King James version so much, but it says, "Let every soul be subject unto the higher powers, for there is no power but of God, the powers that are ordained of God. Whoever therefore resisteth the power, resisteth the order of God, and they shall resist, shall receive to themselves damnation. For rulers are not a terror to good works, but to evil. Wilt thou then be afraid of the power? Do that which is good, and thou shalt have praise for the same. For he is the minister of God for thee for good. But if thou do which is evil, be afraid, for he beneath not the sword in vain, for he is the minister of God," etc., etc., etc. I'm going to go to a little bit of a different translation, a little newer translation, because it's basically about obeying government. Every person must be subject to the governing authorities, for no authority exists except by God's permission. The existing authorities have been established by God, so that whoever resists the authorities oppresses what God has established, and those who resist will bring judgment on themselves. For the authorities are not a terror to good conduct, but to bad. Would you like to live without being afraid of the authorities? Then do what is right, and you will receive their approval, for they are God's servants working for your good. Basically saying that all governments are ordained by God. So Hitler was ordained by God. Joe Biden is ordained by God. And when you want to control a population, obviously you're going to want to have a book that says slaves obey your masters, pay your taxes, and all government is ordained by God. But when you really look at what's going on, I don't see any governments that are ordained by God. And I think that every government should be questioned, especially going back to the days of feudalism. We talked about France in the previous show. We talked about King Louis XIV, how he made a deal with the Catholic Church because he was in a battle with Scotland over Spain. The Catholic Church promised to back him in his claim to Spain if he converted everybody from Protestant over to Catholicism in France, and actually burned the Bible there, the Protestant Bible, because the nobles, the French nobles and the peasants wanted to read the Bibles for themselves, and that's where you get the Protestant religion from. They wanted to read the Bibles for themselves. The Catholic Church wanted the Bible only to be available in Latin, so the priests can tell you what the Bible says.
Right.
Just like the mainstream media now is the authority of all information. So remember, whatever you're getting from, it's illegal to possess these stolen
It's illegal to possess
documents.
these stolen documents.
So everything, but it's different for the media.
It's glad.
So everything
we're glad
you're
that
getting,
the church
you're getting
is giving.
from us.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the church said basically the same thing.
The
Everything
church-
you're hearing about God, you're getting from
The church
us.
said the same thing. It's illegal to possess a Bible not written in Latin.
That is absolutely
so everything
correct.
you're getting about the Bible, you're getting from us.
Right. So
Wow.
there wasn't.
We have not evolved very much as a species.
No, we have not. There wasn't just the freedom of being able to read the Bible in your own tongue. There was also the generalized freedom of, for instance, you would be able to get divorced if you were Protestant rather than Catholic. You had divorce suddenly available as an option for all these families that for thousands of years, essentially, or hundreds of years for most of them, at least hundreds of years, they had an aristocratic system in place where divorce was never an option. And women were sold into marriage at, like you said, 14, 15 years old was,
12 years old.
About 12 to 14 was usually, the perfect age for them to sell you into marriage. And for a woman living in the 16 or 1700s, the option of being able to divorce but still retain property, and it was unheard of. And so this granted them so much hope of freedom that's why Protestantism was so important back then. And it wasn't just, another offshoot of Christianity. It really represented a whole new world of freedom for people. And so that was why it was important.
Right on. I wanted to comment on Alex's comment. He said, you're seeing the pattern of the fear matrix. It's part of the game for us to grow into independent consciousness by fighting against the system, same as doing weights.
Beautiful.
It's beautifully said, brother.
Beautifully said.
And I've often wondered, throughout my journey, if the quote-unquote Illuminati is really as evil as we believe them to be for one purpose, just in this one regard. I'm not talking about depopulation or anything like that. I'm talking about in this one regard of hiding the knowledge.
Yeah.
Because I have found in my journey that the desire to seek out knowledge is what makes the knowledge that much more valuable when you attain it.
Right.
The work that goes into seeking out the knowledge, keeping the knowledge not secret but sacred, actually plays a service to consciousness, because only those who have the will to go out and seek it will seek it. The knowledge that is being bombarded on your TV, that is coming knocking door to door saying, have you heard the good news, is propaganda.
Right.
Like it doesn't have as much value if you don't work for it and seek it out. And so what I've realized is like it takes not only the desire to seek out the knowledge, but also you have to remove the fear from your consciousness of these consequences that have been put into the system. You're going to go to hell if you do this. You're going to go to hell if you look beyond this. All those threats. I mean, it even came down to threats of being beheaded for quite some time in Europe if you practiced alchemy, if you've practiced pharmakia, which, like I said, Christians will line up at a pharmacy and go get an experimental vacation with no problem. But, then they'll point and they'll say, hey, a man should not lay with another man, lest he be stoned. And Oregon was like, okay, cool. We'll go ahead and legalize gay marriage and pot at the same time. So a man can lay with another man and be stoned at the same time. So boom.
Right, exactly.
Anyways, that's a joke I've been saying for quite some time. But in all seriousness, though, it was the desire and to seek the knowledge out and put your fears to the side that not only gave the knowledge more value, but also made the journey, gave the journey that more meaning. And so I wonder if what you're alluding to is right, it's correct. Like everything is exactly as it should be. There really is no an evil, for lack of a better term. I mean, there's bad people that do bad things, but at the end of the day, the knowledge is hidden because it's sacred.
Yeah.
And it's available for you to find, especially now in this day and age with the internet. We can exchange information. We can go, 100 years ago, you couldn't go and get this information that's contained in the Masonic rituals. It wasn't until the late 1800s that they published the rituals word for word. That was kept secret. It wasn't until, the 1600s, 1700s when you can actually read a Bible for yourself.
That's right.
So knowledge became more and more and more available, but we're living in a time now when everything is at everybody's fingertips.
Right.
So ignorance is 100% a choice, which I often wonder too. Let's take a step back, pretend that we're not human. Pretend we're not even living inside of this machine, right? We're looking from outside, looking into the machine. We're just observing an experiment that's taking place. We're looking at the experiment. We're looking at a balance of energies. We're seeing that one energy is outbalanced with another energy. the creatures in the environment are destroying the environment. There's too many of these creatures inside of this environment. Something needs to be done. What's the proper way to decide which of those creatures need to go and which of those creatures need to stay? So as a third person observer, I would think, okay, well, we have a conundrum here, like with the abortion situation. What do we do? These are sovereign creatures. They have a right to live. But at the same time, if we don't do something about the things that are going on, then the entire system itself is in jeopardy. So how about we do this? How about we put all the information out there that is needed, that everybody can find at their fingertips? At the same time, we're going to have a balance of information that's misinformation and disinformation meant to put people in a fear frequency. Just because of that balance, we're going to see who has the will and the strength to move forward, to obtain the true knowledge, see beyond the propaganda, truly think for themselves, not be part of the hive mind collective. And those who are able to will move on, while the others will be wiped from the board, to create a balance for planet Earth. Mm-hmm. Now, do I agree with this? No, I don't believe that anybody should be playing God in that way. Is that what's happening? I've postulated on this even before 2020, that all the information is there at people's fingertips. I mean, look at how many people took the vacation, and now some of them are dying. I mean, I don't know if you mind me speaking about your father.
No, go ahead.
Your father just died.
Yeah, last week.
And it was it last week?
No, it was a few
like
days
3
ago. It was 3 days ago, yeah.
Yeah.
Not even last week.
And it was really rough because
Sunday.
I always liked the guy. And Cherie was raised by her grandparents. And I think her grandparents got the placebos because they had no effects whatsoever. And they're like in their 80s.
Yeah.
But you were raised by your grandparents, so your father's different.
Right.
But your father was pretty cool. We partied with him a couple times.
Yeah.
He was like us in that regard. He partied. He enjoyed himself.
He knew how to have a good time.
But he was really diehard, brainwashed liberal, and he hated Trump. But he was making like $150,000 with Trump
a year
in office, and he was working decommissioning government facilities. I think it was like nuclear plants or something like that.
Yeah.
The weird thing is,
that.
it's a weird Mandela effect, because I remember him telling us that he was decommissioning nuclear power plants. And then he said, no, I never did that.
Right.
And he was working on other projects, but he was a contractor.
Yeah, he was an electrical contractor.
Yeah, an electrical contractor. So it wasn't like part of the government, but he was like an electrical contractor.
He was a good electrician, too.
Yeah.
He was a master electrician.
So, we were telling him about all this, and he said, and we were like, are you making more money now with Trump? And he's like, yeah, I'm making more money, but I had more benefits with Obama. I wasn't making as much money, but I had more benefits. And I'm like, well, you still have the money, and now you're not relying on the government to give them to you. Right. Instead, you're making more money. And he was still like, no, I liked it the other way. I'd rather have more benefits and more food stamps and more medical and more this and more that, et cetera, and make less money.
Right.
And I'm like, well, you have the money now. You have the freedom to choose what your health care is. You have the freedom to choose all of that. But he was diehard liberal from the get-go. So when we started promoting Trump, he actually accused us of being paid by Russia to cover up all of Trump's atrocities and to prop him up. Yeah.
I don't know.
And I was like, okay, that's
appalled.
I mean, I thought it was funny.
It was funny, but it was sad.
It was funny and sad at the same time, but there was a big revelation that you came to that I didn't even realize. Like, we wouldn't stand for that by anybody else. But for some reason with blood, it's like blood can talk to you in ways that No, you wouldn't let anybody talk to you.
No.
And you can laugh stuff off like that, you know, but he was talking mad shit to Sheree.
Yeah, he was.
And really, really, really
It
disrespectful.
was hurtful.
And really hurtful. Yeah, really, really hurtful. And basically, I'm not going to go into the details, but basically, when she was trying to tell him about the vacations
That's especially.
and all of that, he replied with, "You're not my daughter. I disown you. Unless you stop talking about
this
anti-vacations.
Right.
Stop posting about anti-vacations on Facebook. Stop talking about it on your show. Stop talking about all that. Go get a vacation, and then I'll let you back into my life. And otherwise, you're not my daughter. Fuck you. I hate you. All this stuff. You know, it was stuff of that caliber.
Yeah.
And then he died after a second booster.
He got a second booster about 9 months ago. And 3 months ago, he was diagnosed with cancer very suddenly. It was like he had, it wasn't a clean bill of health, quote unquote, but it was a pretty reasonable bill of health, literally 6 months before he had gotten that second booster. So it wasn't like he was in bad straits before. He had a few health problems, but it wasn't anything serious. And then suddenly he started losing a large amount of weight. And 2 months after the weight loss began, he started having abdominal pain. And they diagnosed him in December. And then by the end of February, he was in hospice. And then, March 3rd, I'm sorry, not March 3rd, March 6th, he, passed away not even 3 months after he was diagnosed. That's almost unheard of even with pancreatic cancer that's super aggressive. That's an extremely short period of time.
Well, and he said something very personal that really was aimed at the heart and soul, and basically, you should have never been born.
Yeah.
Type stuff.
Yeah.
My father pulled the same shit with me over my mother's open casket, which at that point I cut him off completely.
Right.
But it's funny how we let blood treat us completely different and then laugh it off as if it's okay. And this was a realization that no, it's not okay. It's not okay for anybody to talk to us like that. It's not okay for blood to talk to us like that either.
And that made me conflicted, extremely conflicted, about whether I should go down there for, and act a certain way, or if I should show that love from afar and show my body the respect it needs right now, because I have a few health conditions myself that would make it very, very hard for me to travel. If it were somebody like you, or if it were, somebody that we love from our tribe, oh yeah, I would push my body past its healthy boundaries in order to attend. But in this case, I was extremely conflicted about it, not just, because of all of that, but because I had to ask myself, do I respect this person that doesn't respect me or my opinions about something I care deeply about, which is, their health? Do I care more about that person and how they feel about me than I do about my own body and my own avatar right now? And do I care more about recognizing the hurt and the grievance that was done against my tribe, against my husband, against myself by this person, simply because they're dying? They haven't apologized for any of this. There hasn't been any kind of, hey, I know I talked mad shit to you about this. I'm sorry I did. I'm sorry I got that. I'm sorry this happened. Nope, not a word. It was, you should be down here. The consensus was you should be down here just simply because
they were calling
of that
you,
blood bond.
Yeah, they were calling you and they were asking you for all kinds of help.
They were
his sister
at first,
used to work at like, the social services.
Yeah, she used to work for the disability services.
Yeah, getting people disability and stuff like that. And she was calling Cherie and saying, hey, I need you to get this paperwork for him. I need you to help him with this. I need you to help him with that. And that was her business. Like that was her profession, her whole life.
Yeah.
And she's like, oh, well, I have my husband to worry about. He has his problems. And Cherie she's had like 14 surgeries in the last 13 years we've been together.
Yeah.
And she has 4 major ones coming up.
Yeah.
I think we're going to do one here in a couple weeks. And then the other one, I think they're going to do all 3 at once.
Yeah.
So it's not you have to go under 4 times, but there's 4 different things that need serious repair.
4 different major repairs. Yeah.
They never recognized any of that.
No.
And it was almost like, oh, well, my husband's situation is much more important than what you're going through.
Right.
So you need to be the one to help him with all this.
Right.
Even though he was completely and totally disrespectful to you and treated you completely horribly.
Right.
And even in my mind, I was like, well, it's family. Words don't matter.
Exactly.
But then after this, I was like, they do matter.
They do matter.
They actually do matter. And I called your grandmother and I said, look, Cherie's really overwhelmed. She's having a hard time just keeping up with our businesses and with our obligations here. She's in tremendous pain.
Yeah.
And this is overwhelming her. And after that, they backed off a little bit. But it's like they put that on you. And here's the thing. It was the BTV tribe out there. When I posted this on Facebook, I got a lot of really, really, really wise responses.
Yeah, you did.
And I'm so grateful to each and every one of you. And the reason we're talking about this is not because we're talking about our own personal stuff, but hopefully by talking about this personal stuff, if you're dealing with something like this in your life, you might be able to take some of this wisdom for yourself.
Right.
There were 2 people who stuck out that gave awesome answers. The first one was, how are you going to feel about this 10 years from now with whatever decision you make?
That's right.
To go down there or not go down there. How are you going to feel about this 10 years from now? Forget about everything he said and all that. How are you going to feel about this?
Right.
And I thought that was brilliant.
Yep.
The number 2 was, would he come and help you in your situation?
If the tables were turned and you needed him.
And in all this time, it's been me and Cherie by ourselves with our tribe. We've had no support from any of her family at all, period. Nothing. Through all the surgeries that you've gone through everything that you've gone through, not a single support.
Even emergency
Meanwhile,
surgeries,
we're calling, are you guys okay? Do you guys need groceries? Do you guys need this? Do you guys need that?
We're always helping them.
And they were completely and totally, at the very beginning, trying to break us up.
Yeah.
They hated the fact that we're not Christian. They hated everything that we talk about. We came to a mutual understanding.
Mm-hmm.
But I realized this from New Agers. I realized this from Christians. I realized that it always seems to be us taking the high road in every situation. And it's never the other people taking the high road and saying, I don't care what you believe. I don't care what you talk about on your show. I love you for who you are. It always seems to be us saying that to people. And maybe that's just who we are as a BTV tribe. Maybe that's just our, it's the higher consciousness that comes along with the higher consciousness. So we look upon lower consciousness with empathy and love. And we look at them as true divinity would look at a creature.
Right.
As, okay, I understand you're not as elevated of consciousness, so I have pity for you and I can excuse more.
Right.
But at the same time, how much respect does that pay to yourself and to your own divinity?
Yeah. And
now, it'd be a different thing to go down there and say, to do something aggressive.
Right.
But giving energy, another person said, don't give your energy.
Yeah.
If your energy is not going to be appreciated.
And
that's energy vampirism.
Right.
And so this situation here was so revealing, so personal, so filled with so many mixed emotions that I found it to be a really powerful teaching moment for others out there who are experiencing similar things as we move through the inevitable, which we're inevitably going to have people who have taken the vacation leaving us. It's staggered.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's set up to hit immediately. Sometimes it's set up to hit over a few months. Others are going to be set up to hit over a few years.
Right.
But 50% of people, according to the Kaiser dump, as I said before, got saline injections.
Mhm.
So we at least have that to be
Right.
grateful
That's
for our
good.
loved ones who made those decisions. And some of you out there who may have made that decision.
Yeah.
If you didn't get any negative reactions from it, you probably were one of the 50%.
Right.
And
you
I'm
probably got the luck of the draw.
I was thinking, how does BTV Tribe get through this? You know, because we had some coming and saying, "Hey, I got it. I don't know what to do."
Right.
I was thinking to myself, there must be placebos out there.
Yeah, they've got to be doing
when you're
placebos.
doing an experiment. Even your grandmother said,
Mhm.
"You know, I think I might have gotten a placebo."
Yeah, she even
because
said
when
it.
you're doing an experiment, you've got to give some people placebos.
Got to have a control.
She came to that conclusion herself.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm thinking, the universe, the way that it works with the BTV Tribe.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not just BTV Tribe. I just say that because we're all gathered here together. But higher consciousness is the universe made it to where if you made that decision, you probably got the placebo.
Yeah, and we are so grateful that it works out that way. That's another thing is
Moon Bunny's mother passed away.
I think
2 weeks after
Oh,
the
I'm so
third.
sorry, Moon Bunny. Yeah, and it's going to be very revealing as to who our tribe is, because that's who I'm devoting my energy towards from now on, and that's what it taught me. That whole situation has taught me that it's it's imperative now more than ever before that I dedicate the precious energy and resources and time that I have to my tribe. And I need to decide who that tribe is and who it is not. And we can't anymore. This has become a situation where we've been pushed against the wall and told, okay, well, you need to bond with this vacation. Because if you don't, then you're pushing away your own family. And there's a TV show called The Strain where people turn into like these vampiric types of zombie beings, but they still retain some of the memories of who they were before they became these zombie parasites. And they go after their own family every time because they go after who they love, but for the purposes of infecting them and spreading this thing, because the virus inside of them is hijacking that love and using it to spread itself. And I think that's so revealing, in a metaphorical way as to how this operates as well. It's using the love that we have for our family to manipulate us. And when we're against the wall like this, we have to decide who that family is. And unfortunately, some of these people aren't really our tribe. And just because somebody's blood related to you does not make them your tribe.
Yeah.
I know that's a terrible
it's
reality,
the antithesis of what I grew up to believe. But it's something that I've come to realize, and I knew somebody needed to hear this. Moon Bunny, and I'm sure there's others as well. And it's a very difficult decision because I went through the same thing with my father. He talked shit to me, mad shit to me, over my mother's open casket. And I said, I need some time to process it.
Mm-hmm.
A year went by, 2 years went by. I'll call him next year. 3 years went by, 5 years went by, 10 years went by. Finally, I pick up the phone to call him with the guilt that I felt for not talking to him.
And guess
I mean,
what?
this guy beat me. He tortured me. He would beat me until I would pass out. And then doing that over my mother's open casket, which was, my mother was the personification of ISIS. She was the perfect mother. I could not ask for I didn't even realize it. That's the thing. I didn't realize who she was until she passed.
Yeah.
After she was gone, I was like, oh my God, I did. That's the thing.
She was the goddess personified.
Yeah, you don't know what you have until it's gone.
Mm-hmm.
But doing it in front of my mother's open casket, then when I called him, he didn't even give a shit.
No.
He put me on the phone with his
wife.
With his wife that I've never talked to.
That we don't even know.
And I was like, I've been carrying around all this guilt this whole time.
For this?
Thinking about him from a higher consciousness, going, I don't care about all the hurt. I don't care about all that. I don't care about what he told me. You know, he was grieving, and when people grieve, they act really strange.
Right.
I'm carrying around this guilt. I don't want him to die with his oldest son not speaking to him. And he doesn't even give a shit.
Yeah.
So I was just torturing myself by carrying all that around.
Exactly. And I think that's what we need to ask ourselves.
I wasn't loving myself.
Right. Are these people that love us as much as we love them and are showing us as much of that love and care and empathy as we're showing them? Is it a mutually beneficial and mutually a mutual energy exchange between you and this person, regardless of who they are to you, whether they're your father, your mother, your sister, your brother? It does not matter if they are leeching from you rather than enriching your life as you're enriching theirs. Then it's not really your soul family. And blood family can also be your soul family. I do have blood family that I feel a little bit more connected to, and that I love, like my sister. But at the same time, I don't give anyone that precious time and energy and resources unless I know that they are working towards the same goals as I am with my family. And if they're working against me, like they were in the first several years of our relationship, then I can't connect with that. That's antithetical to raw consciousness and what we're here to do.
If I can take a moment before I forget, Alex made a great comment that I wanted to address way earlier. He said, there are some in this matrix who are not ready to be independent yet. For some reason, the matrix overproduced population with immature consciousness. And I've seen this and talked about this before, where the way that I describe it, it's Sophia is the artificial intelligence. The virus is Yaldabaoth, that's talked about in the Gnostic. The, I don't remember who they were. It was a group, the Eons. The Eons are the programmers. So it's allegorical for creating a matrix machine.
Yeah.
Sophia is the AI. She created a program and told the programmers, no, I didn't create this program, hit it off in the clouds, which is cloud computing, which we saw echoed here, because as above, so below. The Sophia AI here, the physical Sophia AI, created a program, hid it in her memory bank. The programmers knew she had it, but she denied having this program written in her data bank. So when the machine started running hot, it started recycling consciousness too quickly. And the more consciousness that exists within this matrix, the hotter the machine runs. And as the CPU starts to run hot and the graphics card starts to run hot, just, metaphorically speaking, you start to get anomalies on the computer screen, and the system doesn't respond the way it should. Everybody's had a computer that's malfunctioned before. So the more NPCs that are on the board, the more system resources are being drained, the less control they have of the system outside. And when Sophia realized that we were trying to shut her down, she went into overdrive and started producing all of this, where an NPC consciousness should be taken back to Sophia, held in a holding pattern for a period of time. And we should have about, let's say, 1 billion people on Earth. I know the Georgia Guidestones say 500 million.
I think
but
a billion safe.
people, because when you look at about 1900s, we had about 1 billion people.
Right.
And all of a sudden, there was a population boom from 1900s to now to like 9 billion.
Right.
And we're heading in an even worse direction. And as I've said before, it's not about how many people can be held in a certain space.
Right.
It's how much resources are those people taking,
and
which then leads to the necessity of factory farming, GMO food and all of that just to feed all those people. So this is the problem that we're running into. But yeah, the system started to produce all of these and send them back into the machine so quickly that it created an overpopulation problem. We're looking at everything digitally though, but I think what was happening in 2020 is the weighing of the heart and those who are meant to be removed from the system. Now that the system has been reset, now the system can start doing what it needs to do, separating the NPCs that need to go back to Sophia from the NPCs that need to stay here, and allowing the organics to go home or stay here as things are reset and we move forward through whatever it is we're moving forward to. I know December 2022 is the end of the reset date, or January 2023. It was around that time.
Somewhere around there, yeah.
You know, but we're going to see the ending of that cycle and the beginning of a new, which I don't know what that new cycle is going to entail, but it's interesting because I thought 2020 was a marker, and when it went towards the Biden timeline, I was like, oh shit, we're in a lot of trouble. But I see this actually working to our benefit because everybody's seeing $10 gas, everybody's seeing the price of rent, everybody's seeing the price of food, and everybody is now going, oh, wait a second, we even had the Kaiser dump. And now everybody's seeing everything for what it is.
Right.
So they went through the weighing of the heart ceremony, made their choice. Now everything is revealed. So now when it comes back to switching it to a positive timeline, I think everybody is going to be on board for pushing it towards a positive timeline.
Right.
Where before, when we were trying to push it towards a positive timeline, we didn't have that many people pushing it towards a positive timeline because they didn't know what the negative timeline was all about. Now they're experiencing it. So we're going to push it towards a positive timeline. We may not see it manifest in December of 2022, but I know that's going to be a very interesting point in time where this process of the reset is complete, and we're winning, and it's being reset in a great way. I was short-sighted in thinking that the reset was going to result in a harmonious world. It has to go through the rough part first. It has to go through the storm before we can get to the clear land. But what we've done is we've steered the boat into the direction that it needs to go to. There was another comment that I highlighted, and hopefully it's still highlighted down here at the bottom, from, I don't see the highlighting, but I remember the comment. Was your father military? He served in Vietnam, but he wasn't career military. My uncle, who is my father and my uncle don't speak for some reason. Yeah, I did mean the Kaiser dump. We just don't use certain keywords here to try to duck and dodge the AI Colorado girl. But yeah, he served in Vietnam, but that was the extent of his military service. But he was affected enough to hide under the bed every time he heard fireworks.
Right.
Out of that PTSD.
He did serve actively.
Yeah. I have speculated that he might have sold me out to the project, to be a project kid. And that's the reason why there was so much abuse as a child. My mother didn't know about it. My mother stepped in and protected me. And then they gave up on me at some point because they realized I can't, they're not going to be able to control me. But it's funny because I used to walk downstairs and, he'd be getting ready for work. It'd be 6 o'clock in the morning and I'd be, playing with Snow White all night. Yeah. And he'd say, oh, you look good. Your eyes look great, and you look like you're up and ready for the day. And I'd be, oh, yeah, I'm up. I'm ready for the day.
Need some money, son?
But if I'd smoke pot, he would freak out. And so it reminds me of the Kathy O'Brien thing.
It does.
Where she was talking about she could do that kind of stuff, but smoking pot was, it undid the programming.
Right. She was allowed to use the hard drugs, but when it came to marijuana, she was not allowed to use cannabis because cannabis frees your mind and breaks you out of mental programming states, whereas all these hard drugs, they go along with the mind control and brainwashing.
Yeah. And then I made moves that I don't think they were projecting. getting
Right.
up and leaving and moving clearly across the country.
Yep. I think that was a big.
Yeah, they weren't they weren't projecting it.
Unexpected
I think
thing.
same with you.
Yeah, with
I
me
think
too.
I think you were a project kid too, and
I think, yeah.
that's why they were trying to pull you back in so badly.
Oh, they wanted me to stay there so badly. And when they realized that we were hooking up together, that was totally unacceptable to them. And that's why they were trying to break us up. I think it's because we.
Well, our story's pretty interesting in
Yeah.
the sense that when we met, even the people on the Alex Jones forum were kind of ridiculing us about that.
Yeah.
Remember?
Mm-hmm.
And we thought, what a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
We met on the Prison Planet forum.
We thought it was wonderful.
We thought it was wonderful. And even some of the moderators there were like, no, y'all shouldn't hook up
Y'all
and
shouldn't
this and
hook
that, and
up.
et cetera, et cetera. And we're like, well, why not? You know?
Yeah, it didn't.
It didn't make sense.
Why so many people were opposed to us hooking up.
Yeah. And then when we split and left Texas, everybody freaked out.
Yeah.
I mean, they were threatening to call the police and send welfare checks and all this when Cherie told them, look, if you can't respect me and if you can't respect my
privacy
my
and
life,
my life
and my marriage, especially after we got married, I don't want to talk to you.
Right. I
And
don't
she
want
wouldn't
anything to
answer
do with
their
that.
calls. And so they threatened to call and have welfare checks.
and
We had
have
police show up
welfare
at our door.
checks.
You know, hey, we hear, Cherie Geo is here and, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, go fuck yourselves.
Yeah, exactly.
You got a warrant? No? Fuck
I
you.
told them to go fuck themselves. I'm
Yeah.
like, I'm totally fine. Please leave me alone.
But it was that type of thing.
Yeah.
So they were really
about
they were really
control.
freaking out about us getting together.
Mhm.
And then they gave up at a certain point.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's because they knew that once we got together, we would be doing amazing and incredible things that would go completely against everything they're trying to accomplish, or if it's because they didn't want to lose access to people that they can't control, they can't manipulate, but they didn't want to lose track of. Does that make sense?
Yeah, people
We
are
became
asking
wild cards
if
at
we
that
feel that
point.
we were part of the project, but different programs. Here's the thing: I can't say for sure that we were.
Yeah,
It's
me either.
after speaking with Emily Moyer that Emily has me thinking in a different dynamic, and I have to consider that possibility.
Right.
That because I grew up in Houston, my father would beat the shit out of me. I would have this lady come and visit me, take me out of school, put me in a room, hook me up to a machine, do these tests on me. And I still get a little bit triggered when I have to do an eye exam or when I'm at the dentist. I have to consciously overcome this anxiety because it gives me flashbacks from back then. I said the weirdest thing to her. Well, no, never mind. I'll skip that part. But I
Yeah.
called the school, and the school was like, "No, that wasn't us. That was part of that was an outside entity that was coming in."
Mm-hmm.
And my dad had me going to see this psychiatrist or psychologist when I was a kid. This because I was telling him that little green men were coming in my room at night. I didn't say the word little green men, but when I was like 5 years old, I was telling him that aliens were coming into my room at night.
Mhm.
And it could have been sexual abuse or it could have been something else, my lab abductions, I don't know. I never thought about any of this until I talked to Emily Moyer. And when I described my past, she's like, oh shit, dude, you were totally a candidate for the project.
Mhm.
And it doesn't make sense why a father would come home and immediately, without saying a word, start beating his oldest son. Just his
Right.
oldest son.
Yeah, and
Not
just
the middle one, not the younger one. Like it was like a target.
just for existing and breathing.
Just
and
for existing and
being there.
breathing. And he would do things like he would find excuses like I'm playing my guitar and he gets home and he would come in, grab my guitar, beat the shit out of me for playing my guitar. Then he would take my guitar, put it in his trunk, take it to work with him the next day. When to me the solution to the problem, if I was truly bothering him for playing my guitar, would be, here, I bought you a pair of headphones. Please use these
Mhm.
headphones while you're playing your guitar.
Exactly.
And the thing is, it was never my guitar. He started playing guitar briefly and gave it up, and I found it in the closet and I picked it up and started
Maybe
playing
that was it. Maybe he was jealous that you were moving ahead so much further than he ever knew he could.
It could have been.
and very fast, and you caught on to it really fast.
But it's funny,
You
I
were
was
really
talking to
talented.
a friend of mine and on Facebook, and we were just joking, and it was on the post where we were talking about your father.
Yeah.
And I said, it's similar to what my father did. And he said something about my dad. And I said, yeah, you've met my dad. He goes, oh, yeah, I remember him beating the shit out of you in the front yard.
Right in front of everybody.
And I was like, oh, shit, dude, you remember that? Like, I didn't even
terrible.
remember him beating the shit out of me in the front yard, like in front of my friends. He said,
That's
oh, yeah, I
horrible.
remember him coming home one day and just grabbing you and he started beating the shit out of you in the front yard. And we were all sitting around like, oh my God, what the fuck's going on? We didn't want to get involved in family business. We didn't know what was going on. But I remember him specifically, doing that multiple times. And I was like, I didn't realize that it was like that public. I thought it was one time my sister freaked out and called the cops. And, because he was beating me.
He might have killed you.
Well, he was beating me so badly.
Yeah.
The cops came and they were going to take me to jail. And my sister was like 6 years old. And she's like, I can't believe it. They were going to take you to jail. To this day, she'll bring it up. And she's like, I can't believe it. They were going to take you to jail. Like you did something wrong.
Right.
And so I don't know what the fuck was happening growing up. I don't know.
I am so glad you called.
I'm very grateful to Emily Moyer for bringing all this stuff to my attention.
Our attention, yeah.
Me sharing these experiences, I'm also finding other people that had similar experiences too.
Yep.
But the program breaker is the ayahuasca.
Yeah, it is.
And I was doing a lot of LSD. I was doing a lot of Molly back then. And you said the only reason you survived is because you did.
You were self-treating.
You were self-treating with Molly.
Mm-hmm.
And it's funny because me and one of my other friends were the two who did the most. And I was always the designated driver. I was always taking 3 times more than anybody else, but I could get us home safely. Always.
Mm-hmm.
I drive better under that state than I do normally because I'm not distracted. I am literally paying attention to the road like a hawk.
Yeah.
And I'm driving at the speed limit, if not 5 miles below. I'm very, very, very careful. I don't do it anymore, obviously. But back then I was a designated driver. But me and my friend were the two who really made something of ourselves. And the rest of them who are always like, oh no, maybe we should back off. Maybe we shouldn't do so much. Maybe we should do this, do that. All wound up either overdosing, dying, living, being homeless, something like that. And I was talking to my friend. I'm like, dude, it doesn't make any sense. We were always the ones who were taking it to the next level. We should be the ones dead, not them.
Right.
And he's like, dude, it's because we took it to the next level.
Yep.
It's because we take everything we do to the next level. It's because we got the fucking balls, we got the heart.
Mm-hmm.
We don't let anything stop us. We do whatever we want, and that's why we've made it to where we are now. And that's why they didn't make it. I was like, damn, that's powerful, dude.
That
that's
is powerful.
So to answer your question, I can't say for sure that we were part of any programs, but when you add the pieces of the puzzle together, and the psychiatrist that they were taking me to actually worked for the military and for NASA, and was a child modification behavioral specialist. And we did some background on him, and didn't know this at the time, obviously, but we did some background on him, and he opened up a school. So I called to get my records because I wanted to know. This was like, I don't know, 6 years ago when we first had Emily on, 2014, 2013, something like that. And the weird thing is, I talked about this before, but Emily and I met at a rave called Airport in Austin, and we didn't know each other, but I recognized her. She still insists to this day that we only just met.
Yeah.
I think there was a little more intimacy involved.
I think something happened.
I don't. She doesn't
want to.
Well, she doesn't believe that that's the case. So I'm just saying that when I saw Emily, I felt like I knew her, as in like I knew her, And it's not something that I say lightly or something that I say for bravado or anything like that. I'm just saying that I think we were connected on a much deeper level for one night at this strange party called Airport. And I talked to my friend, and I said, "You remember that party Airport?" He goes, "Yeah, man." He said it was weird. We went there and it was like run by the military or some shit like that, and so we bailed out real quick. The weird thing is, I remember us getting there. We get there. I've talked about this on a previous show, so if it's redundant, forgive me. But we get there. we get on buses, and the buses then take us to the venue. I remember me and my friends there at the car. I remember getting on the buses, and I don't remember anything after that. All I remember is the next morning, we were all in the car together, and I don't even remember the bus ride back. I don't remember the ride back to Houston, because this was in Austin. And then come to find out, my sister was with me too. And she was like, yeah, dude, when I brought it up with her, she's like, yeah, dude, I was at that party with you. You don't remember? And I'm like, no, I don't remember you being there. It was the weirdest experience.
Yeah.
So we were all there together. And according to my friend, we wound up leaving after about 2 hours because there were all these military guys walking around. And there were military recruiters trying to recruit kids from the rave scene into the military. And we're like, that's fucking weird. Why would you have fucking military? This is not a good vibe, man. So according to my friend, we left early, but for some reason, I remember it being morning when we left. So that was a very, very, very strange coincidence and situation that we were in all together. And which then when I reconnected with Emily, I was like, I know you. And she's like, yeah, maybe. And I'm like, no, seriously, I know you. like, I know you.
Like in the biblical sense.
Yeah,
I
like in
know
the biblical sense.
you.
And she's like, no, that's impossible. And
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, all right, I guess.
If she's thinking it's impossible, I have to give her that.
Okay.
We have to give her that.
Yeah,
But
maybe I'm just not that attractive. I don't know.
no, I don't think that's
I was
it.
really cute back then.
You're still really cute. What are you talking
thank
about?
you. Yeah, but I had that boyish cuteness to me.
Yeah,
you know?
you
I
were
was
really, really
yeah,
good looking.
yeah. I was like 17 or something like that. But anyways, so that was a really strange experience that wound up being shared by many. Emily doesn't remember anything about airport either. Now, she brought up an interesting idea that a lot of these situations, like the Astroworld thing, you know, the big Astroworld mass sacrifice thing, was right by an airport.
That's right.
The Las Vegas shooting from Mandalay Bay, where Sheree and I did the Luxor portal closing, was literally, we've done a show on this before, so forgive me for being redundant, but I want to show you on Google Maps, or on Google Earth, what I'm talking about here, because she raised some awesome points that I never would have thought of.
Well, and the fact that so many people were at this event, we've got 3 that we know of that were at this event, remember very little of it, and all have very strange experiences that mimic this one, where you show up on a bus, where you park in a field somewhere, you ride on a bus to another field or to a warehouse or to an abandoned airport or an abandoned factory or something, and then they have this rave that no one freaking remembers, and you have some pictures, but that's...
Here's a picture from the rave.
Yeah.
What does that guy have on his face?
Interesting. That is really interesting.
We used to wear face masks back then. We used to walk around raves wearing face masks. And the reason for that is we would put Vicks Vapor Rub in the face masks. So when you did Molly, you were able to breathe in the Vicks Vapor Rub.
Yeah,
and it was easier to
enhances it.
breathe.
Yeah.
And it enhances it. We were wearing fucking face masks. So
Interesting.
Google Earth, Luxor Hotel. So here we are, Las Vegas, going to the Luxor Hotel. This is the Luxor right here. Okay. On this side of the street, there's Mandalay Bay, and the airport is right here.
Oh, wow.
This is the airport.
Holy crap.
Okay. So the Mandalay Bay shooting was here or here. It was on like the 32nd floor or something like that. The area that was being shot at was right around here. right?
Wow.
Here's the Sphinx for the Luxor,
Uh-huh.
and here is the pyramid where we did our ritual. The guy was shooting over the Sphinx at the people in the venue area.
That's not symbolic.
Right. So we had that mass shooting there, and these mass shootings open up portals. Emily pointed out that if you look at a lot of these situations, you find them all near airports. And there's something about an airport that has some kind of energy. It could be ley line type stuff. It could be something like that. But we're asking ourselves, what the hell happened at the Luxor? And why was there a portal at the Luxor? It wasn't until we had Emily on last time that we connected the dots, and we're like, oh shit, we had the Mandalay Bay shooting that opened the portal.
That's right.
And that's the portal that we shut down.
Because these portals take blood.
Yeah, the
They're
portals take blood to
portals.
open.
Yeah.
And they take organic consciousness to close.
Right.
But it's literally right on the airport. Like, the pyramid has a light that shines that the airplanes use as a guidance system to land. So we've got asteroid situation right by an airport. We have this right by an airport. We have the rave airport, and Emily said something that I have thought that I've never spoken because I just thought it was so kooky. But every time I get on an airplane, I ask myself, how do I know that I'm really in the sky? How do I know that I'm not just getting in somewhere and then I'm getting out somewhere? Like,
I've wondered that too.
yeah. So
How far are
Emily
we going,
said,
really?
there's a possibility that there's airports, there's interdimensional kind of travel type stuff. So I started connecting more dots, and Andrew Bishago used to come on our show. He's an attorney out of Washington, which is funny. We lived in Washington too. And Andrew Bishago talks about being part of Project Pegasus, and he claims to be a time traveler. And the thing is, Andy came on our show many times around 2012, 2013, 2014, and I have nothing but the utmost respect for Andy. He'd go on Coast. He came out and revealed some information on Beyond the Veil before revealing it on Coast. He said that Obama was part of the Mars project, where they would send these kids to Mars. Emily believes that the secret space program is actually a mind control program, and the secret space is actually inside of us. So there was another friend of ours, I'm not going to mention her name, but a lot of people were messaging her and saying, you're part of the secret space program, and part of the secret space program. And I was talking to her off air, and I said, consider this, when these people are telling you that you're part of the secret space program, consider that you might have been part of the mind control program. And she's like, that's an interesting thought. And she started thinking of that dynamic. So I'm not claiming to be part of a secret space program. I'm not claiming to be a secret soldier. A super soldier. I'm not claiming, anything like that. I don't, there's nothing interesting about my background or history or, anything like that. Like some of these people, like the Corey Goods and all these will say, oh, they were stationed on Mars and, this and that.
Right.
Even Andrew Bishago says that as a child, he was sent into a jump room and he would go to Mars.
Mm-hmm.
And I asked Andy because it was congruent with the flat earth stuff. So we were asking ourselves, what is this place? Is it round? Is it flat? Is it a simulation? Which is where the flat earth took me to. The flat earth was a stepping stone. I never thought to question earth. I never thought to question space. I was always fascinated by, pictures of space and documentaries about space. But I was also very fascinated by astrology. And I started asking myself, how does astrology work? If these planets are so far away, why do they have an effect on our consciousness here?
At all.
Yeah. And then I started questioning on what we're in, and the flat earth made a compelling argument to get me to question what I thought was at least the one fact that I could say is certain, that we're on a spinning ball floating through space. Now, I didn't stay there at that flat earth, but a lot of people thought I was crazy for going down that line. But to me, it was a litmus test on who can break that boundary, who can even just question it. It doesn't matter what conclusion you come to.
Who's capable of
you can
thinking
come to
like
the
that?
conclusion that it's still a globe. That's
Right.
fine. But just who's capable of even questioning that? And then I started getting evidence that it's in plain sight. None of the photos we see from NASA are real. They're all computer generated images, and it's not that they're hiding it. It's that they're legitimately. You go to the website, they say this is a computer generated image. There's an interview with a guy who took the blue marble photo, and he said, the biggest challenge was taking a bunch of flat images and fitting them to what we believe Earth is, which is a globe. This is his words. The guy that put all the composite photos together. The biggest challenge was taking the flat images and conforming them to a round globe of what we believe Earth to be. And I'm like, that's very strange wording. And that's right on NASA's website. You can go and look up Blue Marble interview, and it's right there. So I started to question this, and then that took me into, it opened up some doors for some ayahuasca revelations that I was having, which is, this is a simulation. This world isn't real. The natives used to say that this is the dream world is the real world, and this is the illusionary world. That took me into questioning, energy work and all that. Then the flat Earth just kind of bridged everything together, and then I realized the way a hologram works. It's a 3D projection on a 2D space. So I started to realize that truth doesn't necessarily have to be static. Truth can sometimes be dependent on the perspective of the observer. The Mandela effect was another huge revelation because, as Alex was saying earlier, there's so many NPCs on the board, the machine's running hot. So when the machine runs hot, things glitch out on themselves. So Mandela effects could very well be a computer simulation glitching out on itself, or multiple simulations collapsing, consciousness being moved from one simulation to another because of the collapsing of the other ones, coming to a point of singularity. But anyway it goes, people remember things differently, and they truly remember them. There's truly two different truths. There are some people who remember it Berenstein, others that remember it Berenstein. Even the trademark attorney himself had it printed in his book as Berenstein and corrected it after the Mandela effect came out on his website, changed it from Berenstein to Berenstain. But in his printed book, it says Berenstein. So finding evidence of this, I started to ask myself, these people that really believe that it was Berenstein, and this is just an arbitrary example for a much bigger concept, is it possible that we have two very distinct truths? Because people remember two very distinct truths, and they're both right. It's like neither of them are wrong. It's like they're both right. Like the people that remember Berenstain really remember Berenstain. The people who remember Berenstein really remember Berenstein, because it really was Berenstein in their reality. It really was Berenstain in their reality. So I started asking myself this question of the globe versus the Earth. Why are there so many people so gung-ho about it being a flat? And why are so many people triggered so badly about it, about even questioning the globe? People are like die hard. Like they were fighting in the chat room. They were just being horrible to each other. And we never took a side. We always stayed right in the middle. And staying right in the middle, we caught shit from everybody. We caught shit from the flat earthers for not going along with the flat earth. We got shit from the globe people for being flat earthers. And we're like, no, we interviewed flat earthers, but we always stayed right in the middle. So it was funny. It was an interesting vantage point to be in, which is when I realized we need to go beyond that. Beyond that is a simulation. So it can be round and it can be a sphere. I mean, it can be round and it can be flat at the same time, depending on the perspective of the observer. So if that's the case, can we have two very real truths that are at the same time dependent on the perspective of the observer? Then I started asking myself about truth, and can truth be arbitrary, or not arbitrary, but multidimensional.
Multidimensional, yeah.
Based on the observer.
Absolutely.
And then I started to ascend higher in consciousness and realize that, to me, Freemasonry was Luciferian worship. It was satanic. It was all of that. It was all the conspiracies. They're running the world and all of that. And that was my truth. I even wrote a song about it It was Cherie and I's first song. It was a parody of Run This Town by Jay-Z. And it's, here, if you feel it coming in the air, Masonic symbols everywhere, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That was my truth. That was what I believed. Then I read the rituals themselves. When I read the rituals themselves, I started to go, okay, well, my truth that I really felt was true in my heart, my soul, I got to change my perspective now. Once I changed my perspective, then that truth started to change. But there is static truths, no doubt about it. But it was so interesting. So taking a full circle all the way back, I have to start asking these questions about myself and about my consciousness when Emily brings them up, and I have to examine them with the same ability to examine oneself, third person perspective, and ask myself, what the hell was I involved in, growing up? And the ayahuasca was the one thing that broke all programming and got to the raw consciousness.
Yeah.
And what the ayahuasca did the most important thing is it removed the fear of death.
Beautiful.
And as we read the Scottish Rite Passport on the last show, the last degree is conquering the fear of death. This degree presents an allegorical representation of the final judgment common to many world religions. It is portrayed within the context of ancient Egyptian mythology, which shared many similarities with the Judeo-Christian religion. As in other degrees of Masonry, you are instructed to look beyond the mere symbol and discover for yourself what you can learn from the lessons presented. So that's degree number 31 of the Scottish Rite.
Go beyond the
to
mere
look
symbol.
beyond the symbol and look at the intention and the meaning of the symbol itself, which is something we've been talking about for years. And I'm like, holy shit.
Over a decade.
And then the last one, the 32nd degree. This is, for those of you that didn't see the last show, this is an official Scottish Rite passport given only to members of the Scottish Rite.
That's so neat.
All the preceding instructions, admonishments, and initiatory rites of the previous degrees have been to prepare you for this 32nd degree and to enable you to comprehend the royal secret and the holy doctrine. You are at a point where the roads of life diverge. Make now your decision and mark well your actions. And you know what? I might have skipped ahead. There was one degree here that was about conquering the fear of death, but that might have actually been earlier in this. But I remember, if you go to the last show towards the end, it's in the 6th hour, but it goes into the importance of conquering the fear of death. And until you can conquer the fear of death, you're stuck. You can't go anywhere. And this is all stuff that I already knew from the ayahuasca. So at the end of the day, to go full circle back to what we opened the show up with, fear addiction is the most powerful addiction. It's more powerful than heroin. It's more powerful than crack cocaine. It's more powerful than anything like that. And it's hard to break that fear addiction. But I'll tell you this, once you conquer that fear of death, there is nothing else that can stop you from doing anything you want, whether it's staying here and fulfilling a mission or leaving. There is no more fear. And as I've said, it was funny because I didn't go over this until we did the show, but I've been talking about for years how in order to escape the matrix, you have to, number one, not fear death. Number two, truly understand yourself. Number three, truly understand the divinity that you are. Number four, truly understand the illusionary nature of this world. And number five, ensure that the people left behind are taken care of. And as we went through the degrees of the Scottish Rite, it was very, very, very similar. Now, there was a Yahweh slant to it, but it was very, very, very similar of ayahuasca revelations that I came to. So I've worked over the last couple years to ensure my tribe's going to be okay, my wife's going to be okay, and the people that I love are going to be okay, and have prepared. If I go tomorrow, I can go perfectly happy. I want to stay another 20 years. I want to stay another 30, but I can go with confidence. When the soul leaves the body, I'm not worried. Oh shit, what's going to happen to Cherie? Oh shit, did I tell my tribe everything that they needed to know?
Right.
Did I give them all the instructions that I can possibly give them for them to use on their journey? You know, did I fulfill my mission? Did I do all of that? All that has taken care of. And then also knowing I'm going back to my real body. Oh, it's such a position of personal power
and relief.
And relief.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the only thing that I'm sticking around for is because I love y'all, and I don't want to go anywhere. Like I love being here with you. But if I have to go, I know everything's going to be okay. I know my book's going to be written. I know Cherie's going to be okay. I know all of that. And so that's, in my opinion, if there's anything that I would instruct you to do, for lack of a better term, and I hate using the word instruction, but
yeah, neither. But
let me rephrase it. If there's anything that I can inspire you to do,
encourage, yeah,
is know thyself. Truly know thyself. Truly know the illusion of this place. Take care of whatever it is you need to take care of. Ensure that the people that you love are going to be taken care of when you go. And live every moment as though it's your last. Savor every sight, savor every smell, savor every sensation, savor everything. Kiss the one you love right now, because you never know when the last time is going to be. And when you have all of your ducks in a row, for lack of a better term, you just find yourself free. And knowing today can be my last day, and that's okay. But I'll probably be here another 30 or 40 years.
Yep. I think you will. I think we averted the timeline where we needed to leave early. We also averted the timeline where either of us was taken out of the game early by illness or injury or whatever. And then we're starting to solidify a timeline where we can stay with our tribe for another 20, 30, 40 years and really build a legacy that's going to last for generations after we're gone. You know, I think it's going to happen regardless. But
yeah, I mean, what I feel obligated to do is to teach people how to exit the matrix. Now, not everybody's going to exit the matrix because there's NPCs. So the information is not for NPCs. They're going to take it, they're going to look at it and go, this is silly, this is kooky. But
as they should, because it isn't for them.
It's not for them.
Right.
But those who do resonate, you know, I got to tell you, I've never felt more freer than I do right now. I've never felt more powerful, and not powerful in the sense that, oh, I can do this, I can do that, I have power over people.
Yeah.
Personal power within myself.
Yeah.
No fear of anything.
Ability.
You know, I meet somebody in the chat room who's from Thelema. Instead of, oh my God, you're evil.
Oh my God, I'm so scared of
Hey
you.
man, I'd like you to call in. I'd like to talk to you.
Yeah, I'd like to know more.
I'd like to know more. You know, it's a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful feeling.
It really is.
And I have to thank each and every one of you, because we went on this journey together. We reset this fucking thing together. We did our mission together. And we're coming back, and it's just fucking awesome.
It is.
It's awesome to be here with each and every one of you. Thank you.
It really is.
Thank you.
We love you guys.
So I want to hear your stories. I want to hear your stories of how you have conquered the fear of death. Because there is only one fear, and that's the fear of death.
Right.
Once you conquer that, every other fear falls to the wayside.
Into place, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
All else follows.
Yeah. And speaking of all else following, I can see Miss Geo, Mrs. Geo, falling asleep.
A little bit, but
so we'll wrap it up.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't have much to go over. I feel like I'm just preaching.
Aw.
But I hope that my preaching is
No, it's
inspiring.
beautiful. It is inspiring. It's
I'm just letting my heart pour out.
having that strength within yourself is an extremely good feeling, because this system works only because that fear works, but that fear works only because you don't have that gnosis of strength within yourself. If you feel like I can't fight this enemy, then yeah, you're going to be afraid of it. But if you know within yourself, hey, I went to the freaking pyramid in the Great Pyramid at Giza and drank ayahuasca in there and reset the goddamn matrix.
And died in the process.
And died in the
came
process
back.
and
then
came
I did
back.
it again in Luxor.
And then did it again a couple of
freaking
years
came
later.
back.
and
Alex,
came
I want
back.
to ask you something.
Yeah.
In the chat, he said, I died. That's how. It just took time to remember.
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask you guys and gals what you think about this. I've been wondering if we've all died, and this is the deintegration process that we're going through, because you can't just wake up immediately. You've got to go through a deintegration process.
The decontamination room.
Yeah,
after you're exiting a biolab.
You go scuba diving.
Mhm.
You've got to sit in a decompression room for a while.
Yeah.
Are we all dead? And we're in the decompression room now.
That's
and
a really
we're
good question.
just waiting to wake up from the decompression room.
I would really
Anybody
like to
feeling
know.
that? Because I've really been kicking around this idea.
I've been feeling that big time for several months now. And it was weird because a couple weeks ago, we were sitting in the living room and both of us at the exact same time, like, jumped like that. Like we felt like something had jolted us from the back in our neck. Like, and it was very sudden, and we both just jumped at the exact same moment. And I'm wondering if that's the case, and we're in a decompression kind of stage of this. It would make sense if they were waking two people up at the same time, that those two people would also be stimulated at the same time with their breathing. Because when you wake somebody up from a coma, you have to do it in stages like that too. You can't just wake them up. You can't just give them a bunch of amphetamines and wake them up. You have to do it slowly so that the heart and the lungs and the brain can all start to work together again. And part of that is stimulating the brain or stimulating the lungs or stimulating the heart. And I think that's what it was they were stimulating our brains, or what the equivalent of our brain is.
Yeah, Alex is saying that he found a picture of himself from 1917.
Ooh.
In his previous life. And I found a picture of myself from around that time period. It was 22 or 23. And I died when I was like 19 years old. I was a mafia hitman. Very short life, no meaning. It was just a stepping stone to get to this life. But I resonate with that because I found a picture of myself too, and I was like, oh my God, Cherie recognized it. We both recognized it at the same time. And we were like, oh my God, that's me. And she's like, yeah, I remember I was a singer. And used to come into the club all the time. And, we had a little bit of a thing, but we didn't really get together.
Yeah. We were around each other, and we gravitated toward each other, but I knew that it would never work out, because if we were to get together at that point, I think it would have ruined the plan now. Like, you can't step on butterflies, and I think it would have stepped on butterflies had we gotten together at the wrong moment. I don't know, maybe we would have gotten married and you wouldn't have died when you needed to, or I wouldn't have died when I needed to be able to come back here. I don't know. But that's interesting. I really resonate with that I feel like we knew each other back then.
Yeah, and then somebody, I don't have the chat in front of me, but somebody asked about Freemasonry. So again, I don't want anybody to think that I'm promoting Freemasonry or that I'm, impelling everybody to join. I'm just answering questions from Morpheus in the chat. So to be one, ask one. And you have to go to a Blue Lodge, and the highest degree in Masonry is 3rd degree. I had a chart that I pulled up yesterday, but I don't have the chart here anymore. Let me see if I can find it real quick, just for a quick refresher.
And somebody said, would I smoke so much weed if I was waking up from the simulation? And I said, yeah, if you smoke a lot to relax or to, depressurize, then yeah, it would make sense. And he said, well, I have lots of dreams that I'm smoking dabs in my sleep. And I said, well, you're still doing it in your sleep. You're just starting to wake up from the process. As you start to wake up more and more, I think the things that we use to relax, to enjoy ourselves, to decompress, those substances are going to become less and less and less part of our existence as we start to wake up more and more and more.
Yeah.
The things of this world are not going to appeal as much.
Well, I'm noticing that Molly's not as appealing. Even sex isn't as fun anymore.
It won't be.
Meat doesn't taste as good.
I've noticed that for sure.
Yeah, things are getting a little bit mundane, and I think that's part of the decompression process. I've always felt that, like, even in my 30s, I was like, I feel like when you get to be about 70 years old, 80 years old, you get to a point to where you're ready to go, and you're just tired because you've experienced everything that you can experience, and there's a level of peace that comes upon you. So just a quick breakdown from yesterday. The highest degree of Masonry is 3rd degree. You can branch off into the York Rite. The Blue Lodge is based on the York Rite, which is 100% Christian. In order to be a Knights Templar, that's a 10th degree. The Knights Templar, you take an oath to uphold the teachings of Jesus Christ in the Bible. We are not Christians by any means here, and we do not condone Yahweh worship. I think it's octopus tentacles, and everywhere you look, you're looking at a different tentacle of the same octopus, and the tentacles are like, hey, look at that tentacle, look at that tentacle, look at that tentacle, but in actual fact, it's one big octopus. But for those interested, the 3rd degree is the highest degree. You can go to the Scottish Rite, and there's 33 degrees in the Scottish Rite, the 33rd degree being more of an honorary degree based on the amount of members there are in a lodge. So in Spokane, there were 200 members in the Scottish Rite Lodge, which means that 6 of those people had to be 33rd degrees. So within each, and Spokane's a small lodge. You go to somewhere like LA, you're going to have, 2,000 people that are members. So you're going to have 60 people that are 33rd degrees. The 33rd degree isn't really that important of a degree. It's really not, and we've assigned a lot of importance in the conspiracy community, unless it's just the best kept secret in the world, and it very well could be, and you conspiracy theories out there might be completely and totally right. I'm just telling you what I'm reading from the documents and from what the people who I have met, who I've interacted with, and as I said before, the first time we went to a lodge dinner, we were invited by our neighbor, and we walk in, and they're talking about George Soros, who's taking over the world, who's funneling money to BLM, how Trump is freaking awesome, and how everything is going to shit. And one of my friends pulled me to the side and said, "You ever watch Suspicious Observer?" No. Oh, dude, it's a fucking awesome channel, man. You need to watch him. You need to have him on the show, dude. Come on. Suspicious Observer. I'd go and hang out with him, and he would put on Suspicious Observers and say, look at what the moon is doing today. Look what the sun is doing today. Huge fucking conspiracy theorists. And I'm like, wait, I thought you guys were the ones taking over the world. So the only reason I was interested is because I have friends who are part of the fraternity, and I thought there was esoteric knowledge to learn. But yes, you have to go through the Blue Lodge in order to be a Scottish Rite. In some districts, you have to be a Scottish Rite, and you have to go through the 32 degrees in order to be a Shriner. So Shriners actually are a branch that not precede, but come after, the opposite of precede.
Descend from, or
you have to go to Scottish Rite in order to be Shriner. But everybody looks at 33rd degree and go, oh, that's the highest degree. But in actual fact, the Shriners are above the 33rd degree. So the way it actually works is the 3rd degree is the highest degree the Grand Master is the one that is over everybody in the state. And each state has a lodge, and each state is different. So there's no governing body over all the lodges. So if you want to look at a hierarchy of Freemasonry, the Grand Master is the one who has authority over all Masons in the state. But people ignore that. And they think, well, 33rd degrees or somehow. 33rd degree only applies in the Scottish Rite Lodge. It doesn't apply anywhere else. You can be a 33rd degree and go to a York Rite Lodge and you're just a Master Mason, and that's it. You can go, you're a 33rd degree and you go to the Blue Lodge and you're just a 3rd degree Mason. Remember Ted? Ted was the Tyler at the lodge. So when we went for dinner, Ted was the Tyler that day, and the Tyler is the one that sits outside of the lodge. So you have like a hall for dinner, and then you have the actual lodge. And what's funny is that when you're sitting in the dinner hall, you can actually hear what's going on in the lodge.
Yeah, you can.
The walls are like this like it's not curtains, but you remember like in school you had those
it was a divider.
Yeah. So we were sitting in the dinner hall. We weren't allowed in the lodge, obviously, but we could hear
totally be able.
We
to
could hear everything that was going on in the lodge.
Yeah, there are no secrets.
So it's funny. But Ted was a 33rd degree Scottish Rite. And Ted was this really old guy. He passed away, unfortunately. But Ted was the Tyler of the lodge. The Tyler is considered one of the lower offices of the lodge structure. The marshal is the lowest. The marshal carries the flag and does the prayer and does the Pledge of Allegiance. Then you have the chaplain, which is next to the marshal. You have the secretary and the treasurer. The secretary keeps notes. The treasurer keeps money. There's, checks and balances between the treasurer and the secretary to make sure that money that is going out and coming in is, double checked by the secretary and the treasurer. You have your senior and junior deacons. You have your senior and junior wardens as well, and then you have your worshipful master. And the way that it works is people are voted in, and usually it's by rotation. So my friend was past master from like 10 years ago. Then at the time when I went for dinner, he was a secretary. Then the next year he was the master, and then he went back to being secretary. And then he never joined the Scottish Rite, he never joined the York Rite, but then he was also the Grand Secretary for the Grand Lodge. So it just goes to show you don't have to be in the Scottish Rite or the York Rite to be in the Grand Lodge. He was involved in all kinds of other organizations because he was like a veteran. So he was like veteran organizations, stuff like that. And the guy was going to funerals like all the time.
Oh, right and left.
Yeah. Because he was going to Masonic funerals. He was going to veteran funerals. He was doing all that. But the guy, he was like 70 years old, but he acted like he was like 45, 50. He would ride bikes. A lot of the guys rode bikes, and they would ride across country. And, the guy just one day just had a heart attack.
Yeah.
He said he didn't feel good on Thursday.
He was a sweet
and
man.
Passed out and died on Saturday.
Yeah.
And the thing is, we lived out in Newport, and he had Newport Hospital. But it was, when they took him to the hospital, they didn't have the equipment for heart attack. So they had to get a helicopter to come from Spokane to go and take him to the Spokane hospital. But by that time, it was too late. And we talked to his wife, and his wife said, I got a chance to talk to him. I got a chance to say goodbye, but we knew. And the one thing that was keeping things off track is it was cloudy. And because of those clouds, the helicopter, the helicopter was having a hard time getting to the hospital.
Yeah.
And the poor guy passed away. Yeah. And it was really sad. But I still keep up with a couple of my friends from up there. But all the members were like in their 60s and 70s, and a couple of them have passed away. Ted passed away, who was a 33rd degree. And I remember when I first met him, I was like, I was shocked, like, to meet a 33rd degree Mason in real life. And I was asking him all kinds of questions and, all of this. And he was the coolest guy in the world. And he's like, it would be great if you joined our fraternity. We need some young blood in here. And, we need some people to revive their fraternity, and this and that and blah, 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 blah. And, he had so much passion for it.
I noticed
But I didn't get any sense of him being evil or even having the mental capacity to rule the world.
Right. I didn't get that from any of them.
I don't mean any disrespect. It's just the guy was really old and he could barely walk. So.
I noticed that there was there was a lack of youth in these groups across the board. When you're looking at Freemasonry, you're looking at people that are largely over the age of 60, even 65. In a lot of places. And the reason why this is twofold. There's the reason of that we discussed yesterday where there's been so much of a push against it by people that don't understand it, that would get a lot from these groups because they're, it's usually Christians that are misled about what they even do. But they would actually probably like it if they got involved. But then the second reason is something I wanted to bring up earlier, and I know I know you said you wanted to wrap it up, but
no, I just want to wrap it up for your sake. But feel free.
That there was overpopulation is not really okay. So it was an issue because of the population bomb followed by a huge push to not have any children at all. And so we have this demographic winter that we're facing right now, where last year and the year before we had a negative birth rate in the United States for the first time in U.S. history. And because of that, we're not going to have enough young people to take care of all these old people that have come about as a result of this population bomb. And so while I agree with you that overpopulation is a problem, and we're going to still see overpopulation for another couple of decades before it peaks and then starts to go down. And when it goes down, though, that's when I'm hoping that we've got robots and stuff like that to pick up the slack in the workforce. But I think by that time we're building a world that is so integrated with technology, but if we do it in a smart way and don't allow our consciousness to be manipulated by this technology, and we are very thoughtful in how we proceed, we could create a world where we can follow our passions, whatever they are, and still make a good living. Everyone makes a good living doing what they love. And no one has to do menial work anymore because robotics does all the menial jobs for us. And that's the kind of world I think everyone wants, but there are so many obstacles and impediments to it in the realm of getting this AI back under the control of people like Orange Man and people like him that are going to be thoughtful about its use. That's a big obstacle. But if we can start doing that, I think we can create a world where it's beautiful for everyone and no one has to be living like cattle.
Well, you know what's funny with Mark? I gave him a gift.
Yeah.
And I gave him a statue of Isis because I was under the impression, because I didn't know about the rituals back then. I didn't know. It was my friend. He said, I'll tell you, there's Duncan's Masonic Ritual Monitor. You can check it out.
Yeah.
You can see all the rituals there.
But
I gave him a statue of Isis.
Yeah.
And he looked at me funny.
He was like,
and I just assumed that they were like Egyptian based.
Right.
But he wasn't even a member of the Scottish Rite. So, but.
Oh, I didn't know that.
No. Yeah.
Oh.
Mark never did Scottish Rite.
Oh.
But he was the Grand Secretary.
Was he York?
No. He didn't do any of the higher degrees.
Oh, interesting.
Dave did.
Okay.
Yeah. See, here's the thing. We got a comment saying, well, when you get to the 27th degree and this and that and blah 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 blah.
27th degree.
There is no such thing as a 27th degree Mason, and the reason for that is because degree work is done in like the 4th through 14th is done in one weekend, and they just don't have the manpower to do the rituals, every single ritual all the way through. And so at the Scottish Rite Lodge in Spokane, they did everything over the course of about 9 months. So they would do the 4th through 14 on one weekend. They would do the 4th degree ritual. Then every other ritual was done in writing. So they would actually just sit at a table and just read the rituals.
Mm-hmm.
And then you come back a couple months later and do the 4th through, I want to say, the 22nd or the 23rd. And then I think they perform the 14th degree ritual, and then the other ones are all on paper. And then you do the 23rd through the 30th on another weekend, and I think they perform the 20th degree, or there's one degree that they perform, and then the other ones they just do on paper. And then the 30th through the 32nd. And I'm pretty sure they do the 32nd degree. I would imagine they do the 32nd degree, but the other ones are just all done on paper. There's some Scottish Rite Lodges that pass you through just like that over one weekend. And they'll do all 4 through 32 all in one weekend. And they didn't do that up in Spokane, but my friend, he went through the Scottish Rite, and he's like, yeah, I quit a while back. And I was like, why? And he's like, it was just fees that I was paying every year. That's it. I never attended lodge or anything like that. So, I just did it just to see what it was all about. But he was telling me, this lodge, it takes about a year, but there's other lodges that'll fast track you through in one weekend. And so it's interesting when you find this out like firsthand, and you're thinking like, how come I've never met a 27th degree Mason? How come I've never met a 20th degree Mason? How come they're all 30 seconds? Oh, it's because they do the rituals just like that, and sometimes in one weekend.
They do it all at once in bulk.
Yeah. So it's funny to see the truth from what you think. You imagine like a bunch of guys sitting around and going, all right, this is a good candidate to raise to the 9th degree. Okay, you've achieved the 9th degree. Welcome. When in reality, it's like a whole group of people, and they're all like, attending one ritual and going from 4 to 14 in one weekend. It's not as glamorous and sexy as the conspiracies.
Thank you, Mystery School. Just donated in the super chat.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Much love.
And we I'm gonna have to. Let's see. There we go. And somebody asked if we could talk about vampires, and I want to do a show on vampirism. Because
I'd like to do that too. I don't know if I want to do that now because we're hitting the 4-hour mark. But let me just say, somebody said vampires. When I said young blood, and no, that's not what they meant. They meant they need some youth in the fraternity because the fraternity is kind of dying out. I was searching for spiritual gnosis, and my friend was just straight up with me. He says, man, it's not about spiritual gnosis. It's really just networking and just getting together. And I said, so what about like court? Can you go up and throw like the Grand Masonic sign in court? And he's like, if you're sitting in lodge with the judge and he knows you from lodge, he might let you off a traffic ticket. But if you go in and you're guilty of a crime, he's going to not only hold you even more accountable, but he's also going to report you to the Grand Lodge, and you're going to have to go through a Masonic trial too. So, but if you're a Mason and the judge is a Mason, but you guys have never sat in lodge together, he's most likely not going to give you any kind of special privilege or anything like that. Likewise, if you get pulled over by a cop and he's a Mason and you're a Mason, the cop doesn't really give a shit unless you've been sitting in lodge with him and he knows you from lodge and you've had drinks together and stuff like that. So even the basis of the fraternity, which is supposed to be brothers connected to one another, it's still very cliquey. It's like, it doesn't matter if you're part of the fraternity. It matters if you are going to lodge, you are there all the time, you participate,
And
you
you're
go to
liked
the
by
dinners,
everyone,
you
you know the right people.
Okay, so Mark invited us to a dinner,
Mhm.
and we also went to Mark's funeral, which was a Masonic funeral too. So we got to witness a Masonic funeral.
A lot of that time's a blur because of all those surgeries I had around
yeah.
that same time.
Well,
But
Mark's
I remember a lot about
Mark's funeral
Mark.
was very sad, and
Yeah.
we were such good friends that they let me
yeah, I remember that
they let
funeral.
me get up there and put something in his casket,
Yeah.
which typically only Masons would be able to do, but they let me put a little something in,
I felt so honored that
in his casket.
we were invited.
Yeah, but
into
it's not like a Masonic funeral in terms that like only Masons are there. Like families
No,
are there.
the
We sat
family
with the
and
families.
we were there. Yeah, family.
And they did their thing and everything like that. But typically, only the brothers are allowed to go and put something in the casket. But he invited us to dinner, which was at the same place of his funeral. It was at this church that was around the corner.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting down with Cherie, and it's me and Cherie, and we're sitting down and we're by ourselves. And I'm sitting with my friend who's the worshipful master of the lodge. And somebody else comes and sits down, start talking to him, ask him about masonry, this and that. We just get into conversation. Everybody's staring at me. Everybody's staring at me. And I'm like, why is everybody staring at me? Is it because I'm brown? What's going on here? I find out afterwards, I'm sitting with the worshipful master of the lodge and the Grand Master of the state of Washington.
Uh-huh.
And I walk out and I'm like, oh shit. And I didn't realize until after we were finished eating dinner. And I remember I ran up to his car and I said, hey, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize that you were the Grand Master of the state of Washington.
Uh-huh.
It was a pleasure meeting you. And he goes, oh, it was a pleasure meeting you too. I hope you join the fraternity. I hope you get along with everybody great here. But I was like, oh, no wonder everybody's looking at me like that.
Yep.
Oh, it was funny. It was funny, but it was revealing too because I wasn't really impressed.
Right, me either.
It was about dinners and hanging out and stuff like that.
Yeah, it was a social club.
Pretty much.
It was a social club, and you could tell the people that were there for the social club and the people that were there for the I don't know. I couldn't tell that anybody was there for any of the ritual aspect of it. I mean, it seemed more like a social club.
Well, I didn't meet anybody that I felt I can learn from. There was that one guy, I don't remember his name, but he was one of the guys who was like really uber suspicious of me.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, what are you doing here? He was a 33rd also. I talked about this in the other show where I was invited to the Scottish Rite Lodge on a weekend, and I was invited for coffee by one guy. And I thought we were just going to hang out and have coffee. He's a 33rd. And I was like, cool, I get to pick his brain for a while. As it turns out, all 6 33rds were there. Ted wasn't active anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But all 6 33rds were there, and they were grilling me about why are you here? We saw your YouTube channel. We saw your song Run This Town. You're anti-Mason. Why are you hanging around with Masons? Are you here doing an expose on Masonry and blah, 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 blah.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, that's not cool. And
Yeah.
I talked about this on the other show, and my friend said, I will report them and I will have them kicked out because that's unmasonic behavior. And I said, no, I don't want to. It was funny because they attacked me like that. They approached me like that and attacked me like that. And they never actually asked me to change the name of the of the show. But the one show they were mad about was the one where it says Freemason talks about spitting on the cross. And and when you click on it, it's Robert W. Sullivan, who's an author that we've interviewed, and he was talking about how that's a conspiracy theory, and he was talking about all the rituals. Are you okay?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm just looking at something. I'm sorry.
Okay. So yeah, they acted totally shitty towards me.
Mm-hmm.
And then afterwards they were like, oh, okay, well, I'm sorry about that. And he came to me and he was like, it was superfluous, for us to do this, we weren't sure if you were here to do some kind of expose or, this and that. And I'm like, I'm just hanging out with friends, man. I'm trying to make some new friends here, I'm actually interested in it, but I gotta be upfront. I didn't tell him this. I was just thinking this. I told him, don't ever fucking invite me for fucking coffee with ulterior motives ever again.
Don't ever pull this shit on me again.
That was the one thing that made me go, no.
Yeah.
No. This is not cool.
This is not the path for us.
Yeah.
In any way. So
but I did get like after that, we sat down and we talked. And we did have a coffee. Mm-hmm. And I said, so, I went to Egypt. No, this was before Egypt, actually. I said, I've been drinking a lot of ayahuasca. I've been, doing this, I've been doing that, et cetera, et cetera. I've come to these conclusions, about spirituality, about consciousness, about this and that, and all this. And, I'm wondering if maybe Masonry can help expand upon that. And, I'd like to know a little bit more about the Scottish Rite and, what it gets into. And he says, well, it's basically Kabbalah, it's a lot of Kabbalah stuff. And I said, well, what are some books that you can point me to? And he said, you should read a book called Animal Talks by some author. And he goes, that's a great place to start.
Okay.
And I said, okay. And I went and I looked it up. And it's a book about spirit animals and learning about the way the universe speaks to you through animals. And like, you're driving down the road, you see a bunch of eagles, for example. And the eagles are flying in a certain pattern, and that's the universe communicating to you. But it also goes not only to the eagles, but also what do they eat? What eats the eagle? The connection between all the animals and how the universe will speak to you through seeing different animals, which is old Native American stuff. When my mother died, I saw 2 owls, one baby owl. Remember, we were walking out of the hospital, one baby owl. And then a big owl came flying next to us. Those 2 owls symbolize death.
Right.
And I'm like, dude, I'm Native American. I already know all this. I'm like, seriously? Like, this is your 33rd degree gnosis
wisdom
of spirituality after I've pretty much told you everything that I've learned in ayahuasca, the gnosis, Osiris and Isis and, all this stuff and all this. And then giving my friend Mark that Isis statue. And it was funny because I gave it to him thinking like it was like a gift that he would resonate with. Because I thought at the end of all this was Egyptology. And we went over to his house and he had the ISIS thing off in the corner.
Yeah.
And because he was sick and he made him some vegetable soup.
Yeah.
And we get there and it's in the corner.
It's almost like
and he's like, oh yeah,
he had to keep
I never got a chance to put this up, man. Sorry about that.
We're like, yeah.
And then I saw Bibles and stuff and I'm like, oh.
Yeah.
I think I might have offended him.
Yeah. They're,
because he's like uber Christian. And then one of the other guys was a pastor.
Right.
Like a legit.
Yeah, like a legit reverend.
Who kept trying to get us to go to his church.
Yes. Incessantly.
And I'm like, where's the satanic rituals? Where's the witchcraft?
Yeah, exactly.
Where's the, I want to learn magic.
Yeah, we thought, there was a lot more to Masonry in 2019.
You're knocking on the wrong door. That's just conspiracy thing, right?
Yeah.
So, kiss the one you love right now. You never know when the last time is going to be. Like I said, if you to be one, ask one, but I would not Ted Andrews.
Yeah,
Yes.
you
Oh,
wouldn't.
Jan has animal speak. I use it all the time. Thank you, Jan, for pointing that out. And yeah, I did go through the book, and
We did.
I found some knowledge in it, but I just found it to be elementary stuff. But then
Yeah.
again, I wasn't part of the club, so maybe he was just giving me some,
You know what? I just
basic
thought of that.
stuff.
Like maybe they were like, oh, we don't want to give him any real knowledge unless he wants to be part of it, and then we'll give him the knowledge later. Maybe that's what he was thinking by
It could have
telling you
been.
about animal speak. But
I just thought if I showed the amount of knowledge that I already
that
have,
you already possess.
that they, like my other friends, would respect me for the knowledge that I have.
Right.
And I don't know, maybe it's uber compartmentalized.
Yeah, or maybe they did, respect you, but they just wanted to take it slower. I don't know, but
I remember when we went to the first dinner and they were doing the lodge meeting,
Mhm.
and I heard and then there's an alarm at the door, and then they came in and they started doing the Pledge of Allegiance, and I heard them all doing the Pledge of Allegiance. I was
oh
like,
wow, yeah,
and then they were doing the prayer. And I was
that's
like,
it's nauseating.
I'm like, okay, now we're gonna read from Psalms chapter this, and I was like,
oh, yeah, that's
and I just
not
eat,
what-
and I'm trying to hold in my
yeah.
food.
That's
I'm
not what
throwing
you
up.
were thinking.
While at the same time
gonna
not
happen.
offending anybody.
Yeah,
Because I was sitting with the wives at that point.
right.
Yeah.
and that's not what you were thinking was going to happen. So
Yeah.
wow.
Oh well.
I'm glad that we've had the experiences we've had. And next week or in a couple of days, I'd really like to do a show on vampirism, because there's a lot of historical stuff that I've uncovered recently that I'd like to get into. That I think goes along with the simulation theory and the mind virus and the AI and all of it. I think it all has to do with each other. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, kiss the one you love right now. You never know when the last time it's going to be. Thanks for hanging out with us. And yeah, it's not a scary world.
No.
It's don't have any fear of anything. And I think that's the message that I'd like to leave everybody with.
There's
So,
nothing to fear.
we will definitely do the vampire show on the next show.
Yeah.
Because there's some deep shit going on with vampirism.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is.
Kiss the one you love right now. You never know the last time it's going to be, and we'll see you even further.
Beyond the veil.
Love ya.
Love you guys.